You've been told that sleep is just a time to rest, to shut down for the night and recharge for the next day. But what if sleep was an opportunity for something greater? What if, while your body rests, your mind could absorb powerful wisdom, wisdom that has transformed lives for centuries? For the next 4 hours, you're not just falling asleep. You're immersing yourself in the teachings of the greatest philosophers in history. From the unshakable resilience of the Stoics, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, to the deep insights of thinkers like Buddha and Nietzsche, these lessons will rewire the way you think, calm the storm of overthinking, and bring clarity to your life. Your mind is most open when you sleep. It's when your thoughts slow down, when the noise of the world fades, that real transformation happens. As you listen, stress will begin to melt away. The weight on your shoulders will feel lighter, and when you wake up tomorrow, you won't just feel rested, you'll feel stronger, clearer, and more in control. This is not just something to fall asleep to. This is a shift in the way you see life, a new way of thinking, a path to real peace and resilience. Are you ready? Let's begin. Control versus influence. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Accept what you cannot change. You've been conditioned to believe that control is the key to happiness, that if you can just get everything in order, life will finally feel right. But life is unpredictable. No matter how much you plan, things will go wrong. People will disappoint you. Unexpected challenges will arise. And if your peace is dependent on external circumstances, you'll always be at their mercy. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher who was born into slavery and later became one of the most respected thinkers of his time, understood this better than anyone. He taught that suffering doesn't come from events themselves, it comes from our reaction to them. You don't control the world, you don't control other people, but you do control one thing, your mind. Imagine carrying 2 bags, one filled with things you can control, the other overflowing with things you can't. Which one do you spend most of your time digging through? Most people live their lives weighed down by the second bag, obsessing over what they wish they could change. But freedom comes when you drop it, when you stop fighting reality and focus on what's within your power, your actions, your mindset, your response to life's challenges. The next time frustration, anger, or worry creep in, ask yourself, is this within my control? If it's not, let it go. If it is, take action. This shift alone can free you from so much unnecessary stress. Because the truth is, control isn't about forcing the world to bend to your will. It's about mastering your own mind, no matter what the world throws at you. Amor fati. Love your fate, for everything that happens is necessary and serves your growth. Most people resist life. They fight against what happens to them, wishing things were different, replaying the past, fearing the future. But what if, instead of resisting, you embraced everything, good and bad, as necessary? What if you could love your fate, not just accept it? This is amor fati, a concept deeply rooted in Stoicism and later championed by Friedrich Nietzsche. It means to see every experience, every challenge, every heartbreak as something essential to your journey, not something to regret, not something to resent, but something to love. Think about the moments that shaped you the most. Were they easy? Probably not. Growth doesn't happen in comfort. Strength isn't built in ease. The obstacles you faced, the struggles that tested you, they weren't setbacks. They were the path itself. When you start to see life this way, everything changes. Instead of feeling like a victim of circumstances, you become the author of your own story. Instead of asking, Why is this happening to me? You ask, what is this teaching me? Instead of resenting your past, you honor it for making you who you are. Loving your fate doesn't mean ignoring pain. It doesn't mean pretending everything is fine when it's not. It means trusting that every experience has meaning, even if you can't see it yet. It means knowing that life isn't happening to you, it's happening for you. So the next time something unexpected happens, instead of resisting, lean in. Trust that it's part of your path. Love your fate, and in doing so, you'll find a deeper kind of peace, one that isn't shaken by life's ups and downs, but strengthened by them. Memento mori. Remember that you will die. This awareness should fuel a life of purpose and virtue. Most people live as if they have forever. They put off what matters. They tell themselves someday I'll pursue my dreams. Someday I'll fix that relationship. Someday I'll start living the way I truly want to. But someday isn't promised. Life is fragile, fleeting, unpredictable. And that's not meant to scare you. It's meant to wake you up. The Stoics had a phrase, memento mori, remember that you will die. Seneca, one of Rome's greatest philosophers, wrote often about the shortness of life. But he didn't see it as something to fear. He saw it as the ultimate motivation, because when you truly understand that your time is limited, you stop wasting it. You stop getting caught up in petty arguments, meaningless distractions, and the illusion that you can always start later. You realize that later might never come. Think about the last time you were truly present, fully alive, completely aware of the moment. Maybe it was standing at the ocean, watching the waves crash. Maybe it was laughing with someone you love, feeling that rare sense of connection. Maybe it was overcoming something difficult, proving to yourself that you're stronger than you thought. That feeling, the deep appreciation for life, that's what memento mori is about. Not dread, not fear, just clarity. Every day is a gift, but only if you see it that way. If this was your last year, your last month, your last day, would you be proud of how you spent it? Would you regret the time wasted on things that didn't matter? Or would you finally start living with urgency, with purpose, with gratitude? Memento mori isn't meant to depress you. It's meant to set you free. Because the moment you accept that you don't have forever, you stop waiting to become the person you were meant to be. Virtue as the highest good. True happiness comes from living virtuously, not from external rewards. Most people chase happiness in all the wrong places. They think it's in money, success, approval, or pleasure. And yet, time and time again, those who achieve these things still feel empty. Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest Roman emperors and a devoted Stoic, knew why. He understood that true happiness doesn't come from anything external. It comes from within, and the only way to find it is through virtue. Virtue to the Stoics wasn't just about being a good person. It was about living in alignment with wisdom, courage, justice, and self-discipline. It was about doing the right thing even when no one was watching. It was about being the kind of person who could look in the mirror at the end of the day and feel proud of who they were. That's where real peace comes from, not from wealth, status, or fleeting pleasures, but from knowing you lived with integrity. Think about the times in your life when you felt the most fulfilled. Chances are, it wasn't when you bought something expensive or got a bunch of likes on social media. It was when you acted with kindness, when you stood up for something that mattered, when you pushed yourself to be better. That's because deep down, you already know what the Stoics taught. Virtue is the highest good. Everything else is temporary. This doesn't mean you should reject success or ambition. It just means you shouldn't depend on them for happiness, because external things can be taken away. But character, that's yours forever. A virtuous life isn't always the easiest path, but it's the only one that leads to true peace. So when faced with a choice, ask yourself, not what will bring me the most pleasure, or what will impress others, but what is the right thing to do? That is the question that leads to real fulfillment, and that is the answer that will bring you lasting happiness. Premeditatio malorum. Anticipate misfortune so that when it arrives, it does not shake you. Most people go through life hoping nothing goes wrong. They avoid thinking about failure, loss, or hardship because it feels uncomfortable. But ignoring the possibility of struggle doesn't make you immune to it. It only makes you more vulnerable when it happens. The Stoics, especially Seneca, had a different approach. They believed in premeditatio malorum, or the practice of visualizing adversity before it comes, not to dwell on negativity, but to prepare for it. Imagine you're about to embark on a long journey. Would you rather assume the road will be smooth, or prepare for the possibility of storms? Seneca taught that by mentally rehearsing worst-case scenarios, you make yourself stronger. You become less fragile. If you expect life to be perfect, every setback feels like a disaster. But if you anticipate difficulties, you meet them with resilience instead of panic. This doesn't mean you should live in fear or pessimism. It means training your mind to handle reality. What if you lost your job tomorrow? What if someone you love let you down? What if your plans didn't work out? Instead of avoiding these thoughts, ask yourself, how would I respond? How would I adapt? When you do this, you start to see that no obstacle is as terrifying as it seems, because the real suffering isn't in the event itself, it's in being unprepared for it. The truth is, hardship is inevitable. You will experience failure. You will face pain. But when those moments come, you have two choices. Let them break you, or let them make you stronger. By practicing premeditatio malorum, you remove the element of surprise. You shift from, why is this happening to me, to, I knew this was a possibility, and I am ready. And that mindset alone can turn obstacles into stepping stones. Impermanence, anicca. Nothing lasts forever. Clinging to the transient brings suffering. Everything you love will change. The people in your life, the circumstances you enjoy, even your own thoughts and emotions, none of it is permanent. Yet most people live as if things will stay the same forever. They cling to relationships, success, youth, and comfort, hoping to hold on to them. But clinging to what is temporary only leads to suffering. This is what the Buddha called anicca, impermanence, the understanding that nothing lasts, and because of that, we must learn to let go. Think about the happiest moments of your life. At some point, they ended. The people you laughed with moved away, the achievements you worked for became memories, the emotions faded. But does that mean they weren't meaningful? Or does it mean they were more meaningful because they were temporary? This is the paradox of impermanence. Once you accept that everything is fleeting, you stop taking things for granted. You stop holding on to what is already gone, and you start fully experiencing what is here now. Many people suffer not because of what happens to them, but because they refuse to accept change. They try to make things last forever, even when they've run their course. But resisting change is like trying to hold on to water. It will slip through your fingers no matter how tightly you grip it. Instead of clinging, the answer is to embrace, to appreciate each moment for what it is, knowing that it won't last. Impermanence is not something to fear. It's what makes life beautiful. A sunset is breathtaking because it fades. A song is powerful because it ends. and your life, with all its ups and downs, is precious because it is temporary. The goal is not to hold on to things forever, but to love them fully while they're here. And when they leave, as all things do, to let them go with gratitude instead of resistance. Because the moment you accept that nothing lasts, you are finally free to cherish everything. No self, anatta. The self is an illusion. We are a flow of ever-changing experiences. Who are you? Most people answer with their name, their job, their past, or their beliefs. But what if all of that is just a temporary construct, an illusion created by the mind? In Theravada Buddhism, there is a teaching called anatta, or no self. It challenges the idea that you are a fixed, unchanging being. Instead, it suggests that you are nothing more than a stream of constantly shifting thoughts, emotions, and experiences. Think about it. Are you the same person you were 5 years ago? 10 years ago? The way you think, the way you feel, even the way your body functions has changed. If there were a permanent you, it would never change. But the truth is, you are always evolving. The person who existed yesterday is not exactly the same as the one reading this now. And the one reading this now is not the same as the person who will wake up tomorrow. Most suffering comes from attachment to identity. People say, "This is just who I am," or "I can't change," or "I've always been this way." But when you realize that the self is not fixed, you realize you are not trapped. You are not your past. You are not your mistakes. You are not limited by the labels you've given yourself. You are free to grow, to shift, to become something new at any moment. Understanding anatta is like letting go of a heavy weight you didn't even know you were carrying. It means you don't have to defend a rigid idea of yourself. You don't have to cling to old versions of who you were. You can flow with life, adapt to change, and embrace the truth that you are not a single thing. You are a vast, ever-changing experience, and in that, there is freedom. 4 noble truths. Life is suffering caused by desire. Suffering can end through the Eightfold Path. Buddhism doesn't sugarcoat reality. It begins with a hard truth. Life is suffering. At first, that might sound depressing, but in reality, it's one of the most liberating insights ever discovered. Because the moment you understand suffering, you also gain the power to end it. The Buddha taught the 4 noble truths, the foundation of all Buddhist wisdom. The first truth is that suffering is inevitable. No matter who you are, you will experience pain, loss, disappointment, and hardship. This is not a flaw in life. It is life itself. The second truth explains why. Suffering comes from desire, from craving, from wanting things to be different than they are. You want pleasure to last forever, but it doesn't. You want people to always treat you well, but they don't. You want life to be predictable and fair, but it isn't. And the more you resist reality, the more you suffer. But the third truth is where the hope lies. Suffering can end, not by changing the world, but by changing your relationship with it. When you let go of attachment, when you stop grasping at what you can't control, suffering fades. The fourth truth offers the path forward, the Eightfold Path, a guide to living with wisdom, discipline, and compassion, leading to true peace. Most people go through life trying to avoid pain, chasing happiness like a moving target. But happiness isn't found in getting everything you want. It's found in letting go of the illusion that you need everything to be a certain way. The 4 noble truths don't just explain suffering, they show you how to transcend it. And once you understand them, life doesn't control you anymore. You move through challenges with grace. You stop resisting what is, and you find a peace that nothing in the outside world can take away. Right action. Ethics arise from intention. Act with compassion and mindfulness. Every action you take shapes the person you become. But true morality isn't about blindly following rules. It's about intention. In Mahayana Buddhism, right action is one of the key principles of the Eightfold Path, a guide to living with wisdom and inner peace. It teaches that ethics are not just about avoiding harm, but about acting with awareness, kindness, and purpose. Most people act on impulse. They react out of anger, fear, or selfishness without stopping to think about the consequences. But every decision, no matter how small, leaves a mark. The words you speak, the way you treat others, the choices you make in difficult moments, they all build the story of who you are. And that's why right action is so powerful. It's not about perfection. It's about mindfulness. It's about asking yourself, is this action coming from a place of kindness or harm? Is this leading me toward peace or regret? Compassion is at the heart of this practice, not just toward others, but toward yourself. When you act with mindfulness, you stop causing unnecessary suffering, both in the world and in your own heart. You no longer carry the weight of guilt or regret. You make choices that align with the person you want to be. And over time, you realize that happiness isn't something you chase. It's something you create through the way you live. Right. Action doesn't mean never making mistakes. It means being aware enough to correct them. It means choosing kindness even when it's hard. It means living in a way that, when you look back, you can say, I acted with integrity. I brought more good than harm. I lived with purpose. And that, more than anything, is what leads to true peace. The middle way. Avoid extremes of indulgence and asceticism. Balance is wisdom. Life is full of extremes. Some people chase pleasure relentlessly, indulging in every craving, hoping to find happiness in excess. Others go to the opposite extreme, rejecting all comfort, thinking that suffering makes them virtuous. But neither path leads to peace. This is what the Buddha discovered when he taught the middle way, the idea that true wisdom lies in balance. Before his enlightenment, the Buddha lived both extremes. First, he was a prince, surrounded by luxury, indulging in every desire. But he found no fulfillment there. So he went to the other extreme, starving himself, denying every pleasure, pushing his body and mind to the brink. And yet, peace still eluded him. It was only when he let go of both extremes and embraced balance that he found true enlightenment. This teaching applies to everything. In work, some people burn themselves out, thinking that success comes through suffering. Others avoid effort entirely, hoping life will simply hand them happiness. Neither approach works. In health, some obsess over every detail, restricting themselves with impossible discipline. Others indulge without thought, harming their own well-being. Neither extreme leads to true vitality. The middle way is the wisdom of knowing when to push and when to rest, when to hold on and when to let go, when to enjoy life and when to practice restraint. Most suffering comes from imbalance, from doing too much or too little, from trying to control everything or controlling nothing at all. The middle way isn't about moderation for its own sake. It's about clarity. It's about seeing life as it is, without clinging to one extreme or the other. When you find that balance, you stop swinging between regret and exhaustion, between attachment and avoidance. You move through life with a steady mind, a peaceful heart, and the freedom that comes from not being ruled by either indulgence or deprivation. And that is where real wisdom begins. Wu Wei, flow with the natural order. Actionless action leads to harmony. Most people think success comes from force, pushing harder, controlling everything, making life bend to their will. But the more they fight, the more resistance they face. Stress, frustration, exhaustion, these are signs of struggling against the natural flow. Lao Tzu, the ancient Taoist philosopher, saw things differently. He taught Wu Wei, a concept that translates to actionless action or effortless flow. It doesn't mean doing nothing. It means acting in alignment with nature, moving with life instead of against it. Imagine a river flowing down a mountain. It doesn't force its way through obstacles. It moves around them. It doesn't resist. It adapts. And yet, over time, it carves valleys and shapes landscapes. That is Wu Wei. It's the power of letting go of struggle, of trusting the rhythm of life, of knowing that sometimes the best way to act is to allow things to unfold naturally. Think about the moments when life felt effortless, when you were fully present, when things just seemed to click, when your actions felt right without overthinking. That is Wu Wei. It's when a musician plays without hesitation, a writer loses themselves in their work, an athlete moves with instinct instead of calculation. It's when you stop forcing and start flowing. This doesn't mean passivity. It doesn't mean giving up on effort. It means right effort, the kind that doesn't drain you, but sustains you. It means knowing when to act and when to step back, when to push and when to wait. The more you practice Wu Wei, the more you realize that life isn't something to dominate. It's something to dance with. And when you move with life instead of against it, everything becomes lighter, smoother, and more natural. Yin-yang balance. Opposing forces complement each other. Neither exists without the other. We live in a world of duality, light and dark, order and chaos, strength and softness. Most people see these opposites as conflicts, believing one is good and the other bad. But Taoism teaches a different truth: balance. The concept of yin and yang shows that opposing forces are not enemies, they are partners. Neither can exist without the other, and only when they are in harmony can life truly flow. Think about day and night. Neither is superior. Both are necessary. The same is true for every part of existence. Too much light blinds you. Too much darkness suffocates you. Strength without gentleness becomes cruelty. Gentleness without strength becomes weakness. Motion without rest leads to burnout. Rest without motion leads to stagnation. The secret is not choosing one over the other. It's finding the balance between them. This applies to your own life in ways you may not even realize. If you always push yourself to be productive without rest, you'll collapse. If you only seek comfort without challenge, you'll never grow. If you try to suppress emotions, they will eventually explode. If you let emotions control you completely, they will lead you astray. True wisdom is learning to move between these forces, allowing them to support rather than oppose each other. Taoism teaches that the world is not meant to be forced into one extreme or the other. The key is to adapt, to understand that both yin, softness, receptivity, rest, and yang, energy, action, force, have their place. Life isn't about living in one mode forever. It's about knowing when to shift, when to lean into stillness, and when to take action. When you master this balance, you stop resisting life's natural cycles, and instead, you learn to flow with them. And in that flow, you find harmony. Softness overcomes hardness. Water, though soft, erodes stone. Gentleness is strength. Most people think strength is about force. They believe power comes from dominance, that the loudest, the hardest, the most aggressive will always win. But true power is not in resistance, it's in adaptability. Lao Tzu, the father of Taoism, taught that softness, though often dismissed as weakness, is actually the greatest force in nature. Think of water. It has no shape of its own, yet it carves canyons. It is gentle to the touch, yet it wears down mountains. It flows around obstacles rather than smashing into them, yet it always reaches its destination. A stone may be solid, unyielding, rigid, but given enough time, water will break it down. This is the essence of softness overcoming hardness. In life, we often believe we need to fight, to resist, to be unbreakable. But those who are too rigid eventually crack. The ones who survive the storms of life are not the hardest. They are the ones who know how to bend without breaking. This doesn't mean being passive. It means knowing that brute force is not always the answer. Sometimes, yielding is the strongest thing you can do. Consider arguments. When two people fight with stubbornness, neither wins. But when one listens, adapts, and responds with understanding, real resolution happens. Consider hardships. Those who resist change suffer the most, while those who flow with life find peace even in difficulty. True strength is not about overpowering others. It's about resilience. It's about flexibility. It's about knowing that in the end, it is not the unyielding rock that lasts. It is the flowing river. Embrace simplicity. Overcomplication leads to suffering. Simplicity fosters peace. Modern life is full of noise. People chase more possessions, more status, more information, believing that complexity is the path to success. But the more tangled life becomes, the more stress, confusion, and dissatisfaction it brings. Zhuangzi, one of the great Taoist philosophers, taught that simplicity is the key to true peace. The less you clutter your mind and life, the freer you become. Look at nature. It does not rush, yet everything gets done. A tree does not struggle to grow, it simply grows. A river does not force its path, it flows naturally. When you embrace simplicity, you move with life instead of against it. You let go of unnecessary distractions. You stop filling your mind with worries that don't matter. You focus only on what is essential, and in that simplicity, you find a rare kind of freedom. Overcomplication is a trap. People overthink their decisions, overanalyze their problems, overcommit to things that don't truly matter. But what if you stripped away the excess? What if you asked yourself, do I really need this? Is this adding peace to my life or taking it away? What if, instead of trying to control everything, you simply let things be? Simplicity is not about doing less. It's about doing what matters. It's about clearing out the unnecessary so you can focus on what truly brings joy. It's about recognizing that happiness is not found in complexity, but in clarity. A mind free from excess is a mind at peace, and a life lived simply is a life lived fully. Detach from control. The more you try to control, the more you lose control. Most people spend their lives trying to control everything: other people, outcomes, the future. They believe that if they can just plan enough, push hard enough, or hold on tight enough, life will go exactly as they want. But reality doesn't work that way. The more you try to grip control, the more it slips through your fingers. This is a core teaching of Taoism. True power comes from letting go. Imagine trying to hold water in your fist. The tighter you squeeze, the faster it escapes. But if you relax your hand, it simply rests there. Life is the same. The more you try to force things, the more resistance you create. The more you demand certainty, the more anxious you become. But when you release that need for control, when you trust, adapt, and move with life instead of against it, everything flows more smoothly. Look at nature. A tree does not control the wind, it bends with it. A river does not control its path, it moves around obstacles naturally. The most peaceful and powerful people are not those who dominate the world, but those who have learned to surrender to it. This does not mean giving up. It means understanding what is in your control and what isn't, and having the wisdom to focus only on what truly matters. When you stop trying to control everything, you find something better: peace. You stop wasting energy on things you cannot change. You stop feeling frustrated when life doesn't go according to plan. And ironically, by letting go of control, you gain something even greater: inner strength, resilience, and the ability to move through life with ease rather than struggle. Radical freedom. You are condemned to be free. Your choices define you. Most people want freedom until they realize what it truly means. To be free is not just to do what you want, it is to take full responsibility for your life. This was the radical idea of Jean-Paul Sartre, the existentialist philosopher who famously said, "Man is condemned to be free." At first, this sounds like a contradiction. How can freedom be a condemnation? Because absolute freedom means there is no one to blame, no destiny to fall back on, no excuses to hide behind. You cannot say, "I had no choice." You always have a choice, and that can be terrifying. People often look for someone or something to define them: society, religion, family, expectations. But Sartre argued that nothing defines you except your own actions. You are not your past, you are not your circumstances, you are only what you choose to be right now, in this moment. This kind of freedom can feel overwhelming. It means there is no set path, no script to follow. It means if you are unhappy, it is up to you to change. If you are stuck, it is you who must move. Many avoid this truth because responsibility is heavy. It is easier to believe that fate, luck, or external forces shape who we are. But the reality is, every day, through every choice, you are shaping yourself. Radical freedom is both a burden and a gift. It means there are no limits except the ones you accept. It means you can redefine yourself at any moment. It means you do not find meaning, you create it. There is no one coming to save you, but there is also no one stopping you. The question is, what will you choose? Absurdism. Life has no inherent meaning, but we create our own. People spend their lives searching for meaning. They want to believe there is some grand plan, some cosmic purpose that explains why they are here. But what if there isn't? What if life, at its core, is absurd, without inherent meaning, without deeper reason? This is the philosophy of Albert Camus, who argued that the universe is silent, that there are no answers written in the stars, no divine script guiding our existence. And yet, he did not see this as a cause for despair. He saw it as liberation. Camus described life as a clash between our desire for meaning and the universe's indifference. He called this the absurd. Most people respond to this realization in one of two ways. Either they seek false meaning, clinging to illusions that make them feel safe, or they give up entirely, sinking into nihilism. But Camus offered a third option: embrace the absurd. Instead of running from it, acknowledge that life has no predetermined meaning, and then create your own. Think of Sisyphus, the figure from Greek mythology condemned to push a boulder up a hill for eternity. His task is pointless, yet Camus reimagines him as happy. Why? Because Sisyphus accepts his fate. He does not need the universe to give him meaning. He chooses to find meaning in his struggle. And so can you. The absurd does not mean life is meaningless. It means life has only the meaning you give it. This is not a loss. It is a gift. It means you are free. Free to decide what matters to you. Free to create your own path without needing permission from the universe. The question is not, what is the meaning of life? The question is, what meaning will you create? Authenticity. Live in accordance with your own values, not societal expectations. Most people live by scripts they never wrote. They follow rules they never questioned. They shape their lives around what others expect, what society says is normal, what parents and teachers say is right, what culture says is successful. But Søren Kierkegaard, the father of existentialism, warned against this. He called it inauthentic living, existing not as your true self, but as a reflection of what the world wants you to be. Authenticity means stripping away the layers of expectation and asking, who am I, really? What do I truly believe? What do I truly want? It means daring to stand alone in your own truth, even when it goes against the grain. It means valuing your own voice over the noise of the world. Living authentically is not easy. It requires courage. It means you may disappoint people. You may walk a path that others don't understand. You may question everything you've been taught. But what is the alternative? To live a life that is not your own, to reach the end and realize you were never truly you. Kierkegaard believed that most people live in what he called despair, not the dramatic suffering we usually think of, but a quiet, subtle kind of despair. The despair of never truly knowing themselves. The despair of conforming so much that they forget who they are. And the only way out of this is authenticity. So ask yourself, are you living by your own values or someone else's? Are you making choices that align with who you are or who the world wants you to be? The moment you stop living for others and start living for yourself, you step into something rare, true freedom. Because in the end, the only life worth living is the one that is truly yours. Death gives meaning. Life's fleeting nature makes each moment precious. Most people fear death. They avoid thinking about it, pretending it's far away, something that happens to other people. But Martin Heidegger, one of the most influential existentialist philosophers, saw death differently. He believed that rather than being a source of fear, the awareness of death is what gives life its meaning. Imagine if you lived forever. No urgency, no deadlines, no finality. Would you truly appreciate anything? Or would everything lose its weight, its significance? Without an end, there is no reason to begin. It is precisely because life is temporary that it becomes precious. The knowledge that one day you will no longer be here forces you to ask, what am I doing with the time I have? Most people live as if they have unlimited time. They waste days on distractions, avoid pursuing what they truly want, delay telling people they love them. But when you confront death, not in a morbid way, but as a reality, you wake up. You stop postponing what matters. You stop living passively. You start making choices that align with what truly matters to you. Heidegger called this being toward death, the idea that instead of ignoring mortality, we should embrace it as a guide. Not to dwell in fear, but to recognize that life is finite, and because of that, it is meaningful. The fleeting nature of existence is not a tragedy. It is what makes each moment, each experience, and each choice profoundly significant. So, if death is certain, the real question is, are you truly living? If your time were to end tomorrow, Would you be at peace with how you spent today? Because the reality is, one day will be your last. But until then, you have a choice: to truly live or to merely exist. Angst and responsibility. Anxiety arises from freedom. It's a sign of possibility. Anxiety is often seen as a problem, something to be eliminated, something that signals something is wrong. But Jean-Paul Sartre, the existentialist philosopher, had a different perspective. He believed that anxiety, or angst, is not a weakness. It is a sign of freedom. Most of the time we feel anxious when we face a choice, when we realize that our decisions matter, that we alone are responsible for our lives, and that responsibility can feel overwhelming. Sartre argued that people fear this kind of freedom. They would rather be told what to do, follow a path that's already been laid out, avoid the burden of choice. But to do that is to give up your own existence. Imagine standing at a crossroads. There is no map, no right answer, no guarantee of success. That uncertainty, the feeling of "what should I do?" is angst. It is not something to run from. It is proof that you are free. If life were predetermined, if every step were already decided for you, there would be no anxiety, but there would also be no meaning. With freedom comes responsibility. You cannot blame fate, society, or anyone else for your choices. Every decision you make shapes who you are. And this is where most people struggle. They don't want to face the weight of their own freedom, so they look for excuses. But Sartre was clear. There are no excuses. You are responsible for your life, your actions, your identity. Anxiety, then, is not a problem. It is a sign that you are alive, that you have possibilities, that you are not trapped. Instead of fearing it, embrace it. See it as proof that your choices matter. The next time you feel that familiar discomfort, remind yourself, it is not a cage, but an open door. The question is, will you step through it? Karma. Every action has consequences. Shape your destiny through your deeds. Every choice you make sends ripples into the world. Every thought, word, and action shapes not only the world around you, but also who you become. This is karma, one of the most fundamental teachings of the Bhagavad Gita and Hindu philosophy. It is the idea that nothing happens in isolation. Your actions create your future, just as your past actions have created your present. But karma is often misunderstood. Many people think of it as cosmic punishment or reward, as if some unseen force is keeping score. But karma is not about punishment. It is about cause and effect. If you plant seeds of kindness, you will grow a life filled with connection and joy. If you plant seeds of harm, you will reap suffering, not because of divine judgment, but because that is the natural law of existence. Imagine throwing a stone into a still lake. The ripples expand outward, touching everything in their path. That is how karma works. The energy you put into the world, whether positive or negative, returns to you in some way. This means that your future is not written by fate, but by your own hands. Every moment is a chance to create the life you want. Every decision is a brushstroke on the canvas of your destiny. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that the key to good karma is selfless action. Do not act out of greed, fear, or ego. Act with wisdom, compassion, and purpose. When you align your actions with truth and virtue, karma becomes your ally, guiding you toward a meaningful and fulfilled life. So, ask yourself, what kind of ripples are you creating? What kind of seeds are you planting? Because whether you realize it or not, you are shaping your destiny every single day. Atman is Brahman. Your individual soul is one with the universe. Most people see themselves as separate from the world. They believe they are individuals, alone in their struggles, disconnected from the greater whole. But the Upanishads, the ancient Hindu scriptures, reveal a deeper truth. Atman is Brahman. Your individual soul, Atman, is not separate from the universe. It is the universe. Imagine a single wave in the ocean. It rises, moves, and falls back into the sea. For a brief moment, it appears separate. But it was never truly separate. It was always part of the ocean. That is the nature of the self. You may feel like an individual, defined by your thoughts, your body, your experiences. But beneath all of that, you are something greater. You are connected to everything. This realization changes everything. It means that you are not alone. It means that the same force that moves the stars, that grows the trees, that flows through the rivers, flows through you. It means that life is not a battle to conquer, but a dance to be part of. But most people live in Maya, the illusion of separateness. They think in terms of me and mine, clinging to ego, fearing loss, chasing temporary pleasures. But once you understand that Atman is Brahman, you see through the illusion. You stop grasping, stop resisting, stop fearing. Because how can you fear losing yourself when you are already everything? The Upanishads teach that enlightenment is not about becoming something new. It is about remembering who you already are. The drop does not need to become the ocean. It already is the ocean. And you do not need to find the universe. You already are the universe. The only question is, are you ready to wake up to that truth? Detachment in action. Do your duty without attachment to results. Most people live trapped by expectations. They work hard, not for the sake of the work itself, but for the outcome. They love, not freely, but with the hope of being loved in return. They chase success, happiness, and approval, believing that their worth depends on the results they achieve. But the Bhagavad Gita teaches a different path: detachment in action. Act with full effort and intention, but release attachment to the outcome. This is known as karma yoga, the practice of selfless action. Krishna tells Arjuna, the warrior prince, that his duty is to fight, not for personal gain, not for victory, but because it is his path. He must act without clinging to success or fearing failure. The moment you attach your happiness to a result, you become enslaved by it. But when you act for the sake of the action itself, you find freedom. Think about the greatest athletes, artists, or creators. The ones who perform at their best are not the ones who obsess over winning or recognition. They are the ones who lose themselves in the process. They are fully present in their craft, in the moment, in the work itself. And ironically, by letting go of results, they often achieve them effortlessly. Detachment does not mean apathy. It does not mean giving up or not caring. It means putting your full heart into what you do, but not letting the outcome control you. It means working hard, but not being devastated if things don't go your way. It means loving fully, but not clinging. Living fully, but not fearing loss. Because when you stop attaching yourself to results, you realize something profound. You were never in control of them anyway. You were only ever in control of how you show up. Reincarnation. The soul is eternal and takes many forms. Death is not the end. This is one of the oldest and most profound beliefs in Hindu philosophy, that the soul, Atman, is eternal, moving through countless lives, learning, evolving, growing. Reincarnation is not just a mystical idea, it is a way of understanding life itself. The body is temporary, the mind is ever-changing, but the soul remains. Think of it like changing clothes. When one life ends, The soul simply puts on a new form, stepping into a new existence shaped by the karma of past actions. Every life is a chapter in a greater journey, a chance to grow, to correct past mistakes, to move closer to ultimate liberation, moksha. You are not limited to this one existence. You have been many things before, and you will be many things again. This teaching changes the way you see life. If your existence does not end at death, then there is no need to live in fear. If every struggle, every joy, every challenge is part of a longer journey, then nothing is truly lost. Failures become lessons, losses become transitions, and the purpose of life is not to cling to this moment, but to evolve through it. Many people fear death because they see it as an end, but reincarnation teaches that nothing truly ends, everything transforms. The body fades, but the essence continues. This does not mean we should take life lightly or avoid responsibility. In fact, it means the opposite, because everything you do now shapes what comes next. Every action, every choice, every lesson you learn carries forward. So, if life is a journey of many lifetimes, the real question is not, how long do I have? But what am I doing with the time I have now? Because while you may live many lives, each one is still precious. Each one is an opportunity, and the way you live today echoes far beyond what you can see. Maya, illusion. The world is an illusion. See beyond appearances. What if everything you believe to be real is just a dream? Not in the sense that it doesn't exist, but in the sense that it is not what it seems. In Advaita Vedanta, one of the deepest schools of Hindu philosophy, the concept of Maya teaches that the world as we perceive it is an illusion. We think we see reality, but what we truly see are only layers of perception shaped by our senses, thoughts, and conditioning. Imagine a rope in a dark room. At first glance, you mistake it for a snake and panic. But when you turn on the light, you realize there was never any snake, only your mind's illusion. This is how most people live, reacting to a world they think is real, unaware that they are trapped in their own distorted perception. The greatest illusion of all, the belief that you are separate from everything else, that you are just an individual, cut off from the universe, instead of being one with it. Maya is not just about illusions in the physical world. It's about the illusions of identity, time, and control. You believe you are your name, your job, your achievements. But those are just roles, temporary masks. You believe success or failure defines you, but those are fleeting. You believe happiness comes from external things, but they always fade. Seeing through Maya means realizing that everything external is transient, and that your true self, Atman, is beyond all of it. The moment you awaken from Maya, you stop clinging. You stop fearing loss. You stop chasing illusions, and instead, you focus on what is real: awareness, presence, and connection to the deeper truth beneath the surface. The world may still appear the same, but you will no longer be fooled by it. You will finally see things as they are, not as they seem. No objective meaning. Life has no built-in purpose. Meaning is a human construct. For centuries, people have searched for life's meaning, believing that somewhere out there a grand purpose exists, waiting to be discovered. But Friedrich Nietzsche shattered this idea. He argued that there is no objective meaning in life, no divine blueprint, no cosmic mission, no pre-written purpose. Life simply is. And that realization, instead of being terrifying, is what makes you truly free. Most people want meaning handed to them. They look to religion, tradition, or society to tell them who they are and what they should do. But Nietzsche believed that relying on external meaning makes you weak. It keeps you from thinking for yourself. The truth is, meaning is not something you find. It is something you create. Imagine a blank canvas. There is no picture already there, no guidelines, no rules. Some might see this as emptiness, as a lack of purpose, but the wise see it as limitless potential. If life has no built-in meaning, then you are free to make your own. You can define your values, your purpose, your reason for existing. You are the artist of your own life. This is why Nietzsche warned against blindly following societal norms, religions, or traditions without questioning them. If you let others dictate your meaning, you are not truly living. You are just following someone else's script. True power comes from choosing what matters to you, from building your own path instead of walking one that was forced upon you. Some might see the absence of objective meaning as a void, but in reality, it is the greatest gift. You are not bound by fate. You are not trapped by destiny. You are not required to be anything other than what you decide. And that is what makes your choices, your actions, and your life matter. Not because some higher power says so, but because you say so. The question is not, what is the meaning of life? The question is, what meaning will you create? Morality is a construct. Good and evil are subjective, shaped by society. From childhood, you were taught what is right and what is wrong. You were told what is good and what is evil, as if these were universal truths. But Friedrich Nietzsche challenged this idea. He argued that morality is not absolute. It is a human construct shaped by culture, history, and power. What one society calls virtuous, another may call sinful. What one era condemns, another may celebrate. Morality is not a fixed law of the universe. It is a set of beliefs created by people, often to serve their own interests. Nietzsche saw morality as a tool. The weak used it to control the strong. The powerful used it to justify their rule. Religion, governments, and ideologies imposed moral codes, not because they were objectively true, but because they maintained order. He called this slave morality, a system designed to keep people obedient, submissive, afraid to think for themselves. True strength, he believed, comes from breaking free from imposed morality and creating your own values. This does not mean there is no right or wrong. It means you must decide what is right or wrong. Instead of blindly following what society tells you, ask, do I believe this? Is this truly just, or is it just what I've been told? Nietzsche urged people to live beyond good and evil, to rise above borrowed morality and develop their own ethical code based on reason, courage, and self-awareness. Most fear this kind of freedom. It is easier to be told what to do than to take responsibility for your own principles. But morality is not about following rules. It is about living authentically, acting with integrity, and deciding for yourself what kind of person you want to be. Because in the end, true morality is not imposed. It is chosen. The void. Confront the nothingness of existence without fear. Most people fear nothingness. They avoid thinking about the vast emptiness of existence, the fact that the universe is indifferent, that life has no built-in meaning. But Arthur Schopenhauer believed that confronting the void, the emptiness at the heart of existence, is the key to true understanding. Instead of running from it, he urged people to face it directly, without fear. Schopenhauer saw life as fundamentally will-driven, an endless cycle of desire, striving, and suffering. You want something, you chase it, you get it, and then the feeling fades. Then you want something else. The cycle never stops. And underneath it all, When you strip everything away, there is nothing. No grand purpose, no divine plan, just an empty universe moving without reason. Most people distract themselves from this truth with work, relationships, entertainment, anything to avoid staring into the abyss. But what if you didn't run? What if you accepted the void, embraced it, let it wash over you? What if, instead of fearing the nothingness, you found peace in it? Schopenhauer believed that the only way to escape the suffering of endless desire is through detachment. Not in a nihilistic, despairing way, but in a way that frees you from the endless pursuit of things that will never truly satisfy you. When you stop fearing the void, you stop grasping for distractions. You stop needing constant validation, success, or purpose to feel whole. You see life for what it is, impermanent, fleeting, yet strangely beautiful. The void does not have to be terrifying. It can be a relief, because when you accept that there is no ultimate meaning, you are free to simply be, to exist without pressure, to experience life without expectation, to find peace in the present moment. Most spend their lives running from the void, but those who face it, who accept the nothingness, find something unexpected. Freedom. Denial of eternal truths. No universal truth exists, only perspectives. Since the beginning of civilization, people have searched for absolute truth, something unquestionable, permanent, and universal. But postmodern nihilism rejects this entirely. It argues that there are no eternal truths, no ultimate reality, no objective meaning that applies to all. Everything is perspective. Everything is constructed. Think about history. How often have people been certain they had found the truth, only for time to prove them wrong? The earth was once the center of the universe, until it wasn't. Kings once ruled by divine right, until that idea crumbled. Every truth that seems eternal is eventually replaced by another. This is why postmodernists like Jean Baudrillard and Jacques Derrida argue that truth is not something you find, it's something you create. This idea shakes the foundation of how most people think. They want certainty, they want solid ground. But postmodern nihilism reveals an uncomfortable reality. What you believe to be true is often just a product of your culture, your upbringing, your language. Two people can look at the same event and see completely different realities. So who is right? The answer: neither. There is no single truth, only interpretations. At first, this can feel unsettling. If nothing is objectively true, how do you navigate life? But there is another way to see it. This realization is liberation. If no single truth rules over you, you are free to define your own. You are free to question everything, to build your own philosophy, to reject inherited beliefs that don't serve you. Truth is not fixed, it is fluid, and you are not a passive recipient of truth. You are its creator. Rejecting false hope. Utopian dreams distract from the raw truth of existence. People love to believe in a perfect future. Politicians promise utopias. Religions offer salvation. Movements claim to have the answer to all of humanity's problems. But Emil Cioran, the Romanian philosopher of despair, saw these dreams for what they really are: illusions. False hopes designed to keep people from facing the brutal reality of existence. Cioran believed that utopian thinking was one of the greatest distractions ever created. Instead of accepting life as it is, messy, painful, uncertain, people escape into fantasies of a better world, a better future, a paradise just out of reach. But these fantasies are dangerous. They make people passive, waiting for salvation instead of confronting the truth. They justify suffering, telling people to endure misery now for the promise of happiness later. The problem? That happiness later never comes. Utopias always fail. History has shown that every movement claiming to create a perfect world eventually collapses under its own contradictions. The perfect society does not exist. The perfect life does not exist. And the sooner you accept that, the sooner you stop wasting your energy chasing ghosts. This doesn't mean giving up hope entirely. It means rejecting false hope, the kind that blinds you to reality. It means embracing the world as it is, not as you wish it to be. It means seeing that life is not about waiting for perfection, but about finding meaning within imperfection. Kioran's philosophy is harsh, but it carries a rare kind of clarity. When you stop expecting life to be something it isn't, you stop being disappointed. When you stop dreaming of utopias, you start living in reality. And in that reality, painful as it may be, there is something far more valuable than empty hope. There is truth. Be here now. The past and future are illusions. Only the present moment exists. Most people live anywhere but the present. They dwell on the past, replaying old mistakes, reliving moments they can never change. Or they rush toward the future, believing happiness is always one step away, after the next achievement, the next relationship, the next big moment. But Zen Buddhism teaches a simple yet profound truth. The past is gone. The future isn't real. The only thing that truly exists is now. Think about it. Have you ever experienced anything outside of the present moment? The past exists only as a memory in your mind. The future is just a projection, a thought. Yet, people spend their entire lives trapped in these illusions, missing the one place where life is actually happening, the present. This is why Zen masters emphasize, be here now. Because when you are fully present, life opens up. The taste of food becomes richer. The sound of rain becomes clearer. Conversations become deeper. You stop living on autopilot, lost in your thoughts, and actually experience life as it is, not as you think it should be. Being present does not mean ignoring the past or the future. It means seeing them for what they are, concepts, not reality. It means realizing that no amount of regret can change the past, and no amount of worry can control the future. Peace comes when you let go of both and return to now, because now is all there ever truly is. The sound of one hand clapping. Reality cannot always be grasped through logic. What is the sound of one hand clapping? If you try to answer logically, you will struggle. The question seems impossible, absurd even, but that is the point. This is a koan, a Zen riddle designed to break your reliance on logic and push you into a deeper kind of understanding. Most people try to understand the world through reason. They categorize, analyze, and intellectualize everything. But some truths cannot be grasped with the mind alone. Some things must be experienced. This is what Zen teaches. Reality is not just something you think about. It is something you feel, something you are. A koan is not meant to be solved like a normal riddle. It is meant to confuse you, frustrate you, break the walls of rational thought so that you can see beyond them. When a student asks a Zen master for enlightenment, they may be given a question like, "What was your face before you were born?" The student struggles, searching for an answer until they realize the answer is not in words. The answer is in direct experience. The sound of one hand clapping is not a puzzle. It is an invitation to let go of rigid thinking, to embrace the unknown, to see that reality is not always something that fits into words and categories. It is something to be felt, to be lived, because the moment you stop trying to understand everything, you finally begin to see. Just sit. Meditation is enlightenment itself, no need for external goals. Most people think meditation is a means to an end, something you do to relax, to clear your mind, to reach enlightenment. But in Zazen, the purest form of Zen meditation, there is no goal. There is no future state to reach, no problem to solve. The practice itself is the answer. Just sit. That's it. This goes against how most people live. We are conditioned to believe that everything must have a purpose, a reward, a result. But Zen teaches that when you sit in meditation, you are not trying to achieve anything. You are simply being. No striving, no chasing, no searching for something outside yourself. Think about it. What happens when you stop trying to get somewhere? When you stop trying to improve yourself? When you stop seeking some grand realization? You start to see that you were never lacking anything to begin with. The need to become enlightened falls away when you realize you already are. Sitting in stillness reveals what is already present: awareness, clarity, peace. Not because you created them, but because they were there all along, buried beneath the noise of constant striving. This is why Zazen is so radical. It does not ask you to do anything special. It does not ask you to believe anything. It only asks you to sit. And in that sitting, in that simple act of just being, you discover everything you were searching for. Embrace uncertainty. The more you seek certainty, the further you are from peace. Most people fear uncertainty. They crave answers, clarity, guarantees. They want to know what will happen next, how things will turn out, what the future holds. But Zen wisdom teaches that the more you try to grasp certainty, the more it slips through your fingers. Life is uncertain by nature. No matter how much you plan, how much you analyze, how much you try to control, the future remains unknown. And yet, people exhaust themselves fighting this reality, as if certainty were something they could capture and hold on to. But true peace is not found in certainty. It is found in letting go of the need for it. Imagine standing in the middle of a river, trying to grab the water and hold it still. The harder you try, the more the water rushes past you. But if you simply let go, if you stop grasping, you float effortlessly with the current. That is what embracing uncertainty feels like. Zen does not offer answers. It offers presence. It teaches that instead of trying to predict the future, you should return to this moment. Instead of fearing the unknown, you should welcome it as part of life's natural flow. Because when you stop demanding certainty, when you stop fighting what is, you open yourself up to something far greater: freedom. Freedom from fear, freedom from worry, freedom to simply be without needing to know what comes next. Because the truth is, you never really know what's coming, and that's okay. The more you make peace with uncertainty, the more you make peace with life itself. The journey is the goal. There is no final destination. Walking the path is enlightenment. Most people live as if they are climbing an invisible mountain, always focused on the peak. They believe happiness, fulfillment, and meaning exist somewhere in the future, after they achieve success, after they find love, after they figure everything out. But Zen teaches the opposite. There is no final destination. The journey itself is the goal. Think about it. Every time you reach a milestone, what happens? The satisfaction fades. The goal you worked so hard for suddenly feels ordinary. And then a new goal appears. The cycle continues, always pushing happiness just out of reach. But what if you stopped chasing? What if you realized that this moment, right now, is just as important as any imagined future. Zen masters often say that enlightenment is not something you find at the end of the road. It is in each step you take. It is not waiting for you in some distant future. It is right here in the act of living itself. When you stop worrying about getting somewhere, you start to actually experience life. The feel of the ground beneath your feet, the rhythm of your breath, the sensation of being alive. This shift in perspective changes everything. Instead of rushing, you slow down. Instead of treating life as a checklist of achievements, you see it as a continuous unfolding. There is nothing to reach, because you are already here. The path is not a means to an end. The path itself is the destination. Filial piety, respect for family, is the foundation of social harmony. In modern society, independence is often celebrated above all else. People want to break free from family expectations, carve their own paths, prove that they don't need anyone. But Confucius, one of history's greatest philosophers, believed that true strength comes not from rejecting family, but from honoring it. He taught that filial piety, deep respect for parents and ancestors, is the foundation of a good life and a stable society. To Confucius, family was not just about blood ties. It was about responsibility, gratitude, and harmony. He believed that if people could not respect their own parents, those who gave them life, cared for them, and made sacrifices for them, how could they respect anyone else? Society begins at home. The way you treat your family shapes the way you treat the world. Filial piety is not blind obedience. It is not about following every demand or suppressing your own individuality. It is about honoring the sacrifices that came before you, appreciating the roots that made you who you are, and carrying forward the values that hold people together. It means being there for your parents as they age, just as they were there for you when you were young. It means understanding that no one exists in isolation. Your life is connected to generations before you and generations after you. In a world that often glorifies self-interest, Confucius reminds us of a deeper truth. We are not alone. Respecting family is not just about the past. It is about creating a culture of gratitude, care, and responsibility that extends beyond ourselves. Because when families are strong, communities are strong, and when communities are strong, society flourishes. The harmony of the world begins in the home. Self-cultivation. Strive for wisdom and virtue through lifelong learning. Most people assume that learning ends after school. They believe that once they enter adulthood, they are fully formed, their character set, their mind fixed. But Confucianism teaches that true wisdom is never static. It is something you cultivate throughout your entire life. You are not a finished product. You are a work in progress, always evolving, always refining yourself. Confucius believed that the highest goal in life was self-cultivation, the constant pursuit of wisdom, virtue, and personal excellence. This is not about external success or status. It is about becoming a person of deep integrity, someone who lives with kindness, humility, and discipline. It means developing not just knowledge, but character. Imagine two people. One believes they already know enough and stop questioning. The other remains curious, open to new ideas, always improving. Who grows? Who stagnates? Confucius taught that the wise person is the one who remains a student of life, always seeking to understand more about the world, about others, about themselves. But self-cultivation is not just intellectual, it is moral. It means being honest, even when no one is watching. It means treating others with fairness, even when it is inconvenient. It means practicing patience, self-control, and kindness, even in difficult situations. Every action, every habit, every decision shapes who you become, and the person you become shapes the world around you. True greatness is not something you are born with. It is something you build step by step through daily effort. No matter where you are in life, the path of self-cultivation is always open. The question is, will you walk it? Ritual and order. Structure in life brings inner peace. Modern life is chaotic. People wake up to endless distractions, rush through their days without intention, and collapse at night feeling overwhelmed and unfulfilled. They seek peace but live in disorder. Confucius understood that inner peace does not come from the absence of problems. It comes from structure, from order, from ritual. Confucius believed that rituals, whether small daily habits or larger cultural traditions, give life meaning and stability. These rituals are not just formalities. They are acts of mindfulness, grounding us in something greater than ourselves. Morning routines, shared meals, respectful greetings, these simple, intentional actions create harmony in our lives and relationships. Imagine your life as a house. Without structure, it is unstable. Without a foundation, it crumbles. Rituals are what keep that foundation strong. They give rhythm to life, turning ordinary moments into something sacred. A simple bow of respect, a moment of silence before a meal, a daily walk to reflect. These small rituals cultivate discipline, gratitude, and presence. But order is not just about personal habits. It extends to society. Confucius saw that a well-ordered life leads to a well-ordered world. When people respect tradition, honor their responsibilities, and follow ethical principles, society functions smoothly. When chaos reigns, when people act without discipline, without respect, without purpose, suffering follows. Peace is not found in randomness. It is found in structure. It is found in waking up with purpose, in moving through the day with intention, in honoring the rituals that bring balance to life. The world may be unpredictable, but when you cultivate order within yourself, you carry peace wherever you go. Humaneness, Ren. Kindness is the foundation of good leadership. Leadership is often associated with power, authority, and control. Many believe that to lead, one must be feared, commanding obedience through force or intimidation. But Confucius taught a different path. He believed that true leadership is not about domination, it is about Ren, or humaneness. The most powerful leaders are not those who instill fear, but those who lead with kindness, wisdom, and moral integrity. Ren is the highest virtue in Confucian philosophy. It means treating others with compassion, respect, and sincerity. It means seeing the people you lead not as tools to be used, but as human beings deserving of dignity. A ruler, a teacher, a parent, anyone in a position of influence should act not out of self-interest, but for the well-being of those under their care. Imagine a leader who rules with cruelty, making decisions out of greed or ego. People may obey, but only out of fear. Now imagine a leader who is just, who listens, who truly cares for the people. They do not have to force obedience. People want to follow them because they trust them. This is Ren in action. Confucius taught that kindness is not weakness. It is the greatest strength a leader can have. It builds loyalty, harmony, and trust, and it extends beyond leadership. Whether in the workplace, in friendships, or in family, the way you treat others shapes the world around you. To cultivate Ren is to cultivate a life of meaning, where your influence uplifts rather than oppresses. True greatness is not measured by how many people serve you, but by how many people you serve. Lead by example. Rulers should be virtuous for society to flourish. A society is only as strong as its leaders. When rulers are corrupt, selfish, or dishonest, their people suffer. When leaders act with integrity, wisdom, and fairness, their people thrive. This is the essence of Confucian ethics. A ruler must lead by example. Confucius believed that the key to a just society was not strict laws or harsh punishments, but virtuous leadership. A leader should not demand respect. They should earn it through their own character. If a ruler is kind, the people will be kind. If a ruler is just, the people will be just. If a ruler is greedy and immoral, corruption will spread like wildfire. Leadership is not about issuing commands. It is about embodying the values you wish to see in others. This principle extends beyond politics. Parents lead by example in the home. Teachers shape students not just through words, but through their actions. Business leaders set the culture of their companies. In every area of life, those in power influence others, not by what they say, but by how they live. Confucius warned that when leaders act selfishly, society collapses into disorder. But when they act with virtue, they inspire others to do the same. The best way to change the world is not through force or manipulation, but by being the change. A true leader does not stand above the people. They walk with them, showing the way through their own example. The question is not, how can I make others follow? The question is, am I the kind of person others would want to follow? Live naturally, reject social conventions, and live according to nature. Society is full of rules, unspoken expectations about how to dress, how to act, what to desire. People follow these rules not because they truly believe in them, but because they fear judgment. But Diogenes, the radical philosopher of ancient Greece, saw through the illusion. He rejected social conventions entirely, choosing to live as naturally as possible, free from artificial constraints. Diogenes believed that humans complicate their lives by chasing status, wealth, and approval. He saw people suffering under the weight of expectations, pretending to be something they're not, sacrificing their own happiness to fit in. But what if none of it mattered? What if happiness wasn't found in obeying society's rules, but in living authentically? He lived his philosophy to the extreme, choosing to sleep in a barrel, owning almost nothing, and mocking the powerful for their arrogance. He believed that human beings, like animals, have simple needs: food, shelter, freedom. Everything else, titles, possessions, reputation, was just unnecessary baggage. By rejecting these things, he freed himself from the chains that bind most people. This does not mean you need to abandon society and live in the streets like Diogenes. It means questioning what you've been told. Are you chasing success because you want it, or because society tells you to? Do you dress a certain way because it makes you happy, or because you fear standing out? Do you follow rules that make sense, or just because everyone else does? To live naturally means to strip away the false and embrace what is real, to let go of pointless social pressures, to live in alignment with your true self, not the self others expect you to be, but the self you are. Self-sufficiency. Depend on as little as possible for happiness. Most people believe happiness comes from external things: money, possessions, relationships, status. But what happens when those things disappear? What happens when wealth is lost, when people leave, when circumstances change? If your happiness depends on what can be taken from you, then you are never truly free. This is why the ancient cynics, like Diogenes and Antisthenes, preached self-sufficiency. To be self-sufficient means to rely on as little as possible for your well-being. It means finding peace within yourself rather than looking for it in external things. A person who needs luxury to feel comfortable is fragile. A person who needs approval to feel worthy is trapped. A person who needs constant pleasure to feel alive will always be chasing, never satisfied. But a person who has trained themselves to be content with little, who finds joy in simplicity, who does not need anything to be happy, that person is truly free. Cynicism is not about suffering or depriving yourself for no reason. It is about strength. It is about being unshakable. The more you can live without, the less power the world has over you. If you learn to be happy with a simple life, then no loss can destroy you. If you learn to find joy in your own mind, then no external hardship can take it away. True self-sufficiency is not about isolation. It is about independence. It is about being the kind of person who, no matter what happens, remains standing, who does not break when life takes something away, who does not live in fear of losing what they have, because they know their happiness was never in those things to begin with. It was always within. Question authority. Society's values are often corrupt. Challenge them. Most people accept authority without question. They follow rules, obey traditions, and adopt societal values as if they were absolute truths. But Diogenes, the rebellious philosopher of ancient Greece, saw through this illusion. He believed that authority, whether in government, religion, or culture, was often built on hypocrisy, greed, and control. Instead of blindly following, he challenged everything. Diogenes mocked kings, exposed the arrogance of philosophers, and laughed in the face of power. When Alexander the Great offered him anything he desired, Diogenes simply replied, "Move aside, you're blocking my sunlight." He refused to bow to status, believing that no person was inherently superior to another. He lived by one rule: think for yourself. Society's values are often shaped by those in power. The rich tell you money equals success. The rulers tell you obedience is good. The media tells you what to desire, what to fear, what to believe. But ask yourself, who benefits from these ideas? Do they truly serve you, or do they serve those who want to keep you controlled? To question authority does not mean to rebel for the sake of rebellion. It means to challenge assumptions, to think critically, to refuse to accept something just because that's the way it is. It means standing up against corruption, questioning outdated traditions, and not being afraid to walk a different path. The greatest minds in history were those who dared to challenge the system, and the world only changes when enough people do the same. Reject materialism. Wealth and possessions do not bring true happiness. People spend their lives chasing money, status, and possessions, believing that happiness lies in accumulation. But the cynics, led by philosophers like Diogenes and Antisthenes, saw materialism as a trap. They believed that true happiness comes not from having more, but from needing less. Imagine a man who owns nothing but is free, content, and at peace. Now imagine a man who owns everything but is always anxious, always fearful of losing what he has. Who is truly rich? The cynics would argue that wealth is not measured by what you own, but by how little you need to be happy. Materialism is an endless cycle. The more you have, the more you want. The new car, the bigger house, the expensive clothes, they bring temporary pleasure, but soon the excitement fades. Then you need more and more. But no matter how much you accumulate, there is always something else to chase, and in that chase, life passes by. Diogenes lived with almost nothing, just a cloak, a staff, and a bowl, which he later threw away after seeing a boy drink from his hands. He was not poor, he was free. Free from the anxiety of losing possessions, free from the endless hunger for more, free from the illusion that happiness comes from things outside of himself. Rejecting materialism does not mean rejecting comfort. It means rejecting dependence. It means realizing that true wealth is not in what you own, but in what you can live without. It means understanding that no possession, no amount of money will ever bring lasting happiness. Because happiness, as the Cynics taught, is not something you buy, it is something you are. Freedom through simplicity. A minimalist life frees you from unnecessary burdens. Most people are weighed down by their own possessions, obligations, and desires. They think freedom comes from having more money, more things, more status. But the ancient Cynics, like Diogenes and Antisthenes, believed the opposite. True freedom comes from having less. The fewer things you rely on, the fewer things can control you. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack everywhere you go. At first, it seems manageable, but over time, it becomes exhausting. Every new possession, every new responsibility adds weight. Soon, you are not moving freely. You are struggling under the burden of everything you thought you needed. This is why the Cynics embraced simplicity. They lived with only what was necessary, freeing themselves from the endless cycle of desire. They saw that most people are not owners of their possessions. They are owned by them. The bigger the house, the more you must maintain it. The more money you have, the more you worry about losing it. The higher your status, the more you fear falling from it. The pursuit of more becomes a prison. But simplicity is liberation. When you need little, you fear little. When you let go of the unnecessary, you gain something priceless: peace. You move through life unburdened, unattached, fully present. This does not mean rejecting all comfort, but rather rejecting dependence on things for happiness. Because happiness, as the Cynics taught, is not found in accumulating, it is found in being free. Cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. What if everything you believe to be real is just an illusion? What if your senses are lying to you? How do you know anything is real? René Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, wrestled with these questions and arrived at one undeniable truth. Cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Descartes doubted everything. He questioned whether the world was real, whether his body was real, whether his memories could be trusted. But no matter how much he doubted, he realized one thing remained certain: his own thinking. Even if he was deceived, even if everything around him was an illusion, the very act of doubting proved that something was there, and that something was him. This single phrase changed philosophy forever. It established that self-awareness, conscious thought, is the foundation of existence. Your identity is not in your body, not in your possessions, not even in your memories. It is in the awareness behind all of it. This realization is powerful. It means that no matter what happens in the external world, no matter what you lose, you still are. Your existence is not dependent on circumstances. It is rooted in your very ability to think, to perceive, to be aware. This is why Descartes' insight remains one of the most profound in history, because at the core of everything, beyond all doubt, beyond all uncertainty, one truth remains: you exist. Tabula rasa. The mind starts as a blank slate. Are you born with knowledge, or is your mind shaped entirely by experience? John Locke, one of the great Enlightenment thinkers, argued that every human mind begins as tabula rasa, a blank slate, empty and untouched, waiting to be filled by life's experiences. This idea was revolutionary. Many philosophers before Locke believed that people were born with innate ideas, built-in knowledge of morality, logic, or even God. But Locke rejected this. He argued that everything you know, everything you believe, comes from experience. From the moment you are born, the world writes on your slate. Think about how a child learns. They are not born knowing language, numbers, or right from wrong. They absorb these things from their surroundings. They watch, listen, and mimic. Their mind is shaped by the books they read, the people they meet, the experiences they have. And the same is true for you. Your beliefs, your fears, your habits are not fixed from birth. They were learned. This means that nothing about you is set in stone. If your mind was written on by experience, then you have the power to rewrite it. You are not trapped by your past, not bound by what you once thought. You can unlearn, relearn, and grow. Tabula rasa is not just a theory of knowledge. It is a call to take control of your own mind. Justice as fairness. Societal fairness must prioritize the least advantaged. What does a just society look like? Should it reward the strongest, the smartest, the most powerful? Or should it focus on lifting up those who have the least? John Rawls, one of the most influential modern philosophers, argued that true justice is not about making everyone equal. It is about ensuring that the least advantaged have the greatest support. Rawls' theory of justice as fairness asks a simple but powerful question. If you were designing society from scratch, but you didn't know who you would be, rich or poor, strong or weak, privileged or oppressed, what kind of system would you choose? Most people, if faced with this veil of ignorance, would not gamble on a world where the poor suffer and the wealthy thrive. They would choose a system that protects the vulnerable, that ensures fairness for all, that does not let chance dictate a person's worth. This does not mean eliminating success or ambition. Rawls believed that inequality can exist, but only if it benefits everyone, especially the least advantaged. If the rich get richer, but the poor stay trapped, the system is unjust. But if progress lifts society as a whole, giving opportunities to those at the bottom, then inequality can be justified. His philosophy challenges the idea that success is purely individual. It reminds us that no one succeeds alone. Opportunities, education, and social conditions all play a role. And if society benefits from those at the top, it also has a duty to protect those at the bottom. A truly just society is not one where the strong dominate. It is one where everyone, regardless of their starting point, has a fair chance to live with dignity, purpose, and opportunity. The will to power. Strength is found in overcoming obstacles. What drives human beings? What pushes some to greatness while others remain stagnant? Friedrich Nietzsche believed that at the core of all life is the will to power, the force that drives people to grow, to struggle, to assert themselves, and to rise above challenges. Nietzsche rejected the idea that people are naturally passive or meant to follow predefined moral codes. He believed that the strongest individuals, the ones who truly live, are those who embrace struggle, face hardships head-on, and use obstacles as fuel for their own growth. To him, life is not about comfort. It is about becoming. Every challenge, every failure, every hardship is an opportunity to develop power, not power over others, but power over yourself. Think of the people who inspire you. Are they the ones who had everything handed to them? Or the ones who overcame adversity, who refused to break, who turned pain into strength? This is the will to power in action, the ability to take suffering and transform it into something greater. Nietzsche warned against those who shrink from struggle, those who seek comfort at the expense of growth. He believed that many moral systems, particularly religious ones, taught people to be meek, to submit, to avoid hardship rather than conquer it. But true fulfillment comes from rising above, from constantly evolving, from striving to be better than you were yesterday. To live by the will to power means to embrace difficulty, to seek challenges, to push past limitations. It means seeing obstacles not as barriers, but as stepping stones. Because strength is not given, it is forged. Ethical relativism. Morality depends on culture and context. Is there such a thing as absolute right and wrong? Or does morality depend on the time, place, and culture you live in? Postmodern thinkers argue that morality is relative, not a fixed universal law, but a human-made system that varies across societies and eras. What one culture sees as sacred, another might see as immoral. What was considered right 100 years ago may be seen as unacceptable today. Practices that are normal in one society may be condemned in another. This raises a critical question. If morality changes, can it ever be absolute? Ethical relativism suggests that it cannot. There is no single objective moral truth, only perspectives shaped by history, culture, and social structures. This idea challenges traditional beliefs. Many people want morality to be clear-cut, written in stone. But postmodern philosophy shows that moral systems are often shaped by power, tradition, and social norms rather than by some universal law. Ethical relativism does not mean that anything goes. It means recognizing that different people in different contexts have different values. Instead of blindly accepting one moral code as correct, it urges us to question, to ask where our beliefs come from, who they serve, and whether they still hold true. This can be uncomfortable. If morality is relative, how do we decide what is right? The answer lies in awareness and adaptability. It requires understanding that morality is not static, that ethical questions often have no simple answers, and that different perspectives exist for a reason. Ethical relativism does not mean rejecting morality. It means engaging with it critically, with the understanding that what is right is often a matter of where you stand. The allegory of the cave. We live in illusions, mistaking shadows for reality. Imagine you have been chained in a dark cave since birth, facing a wall. Behind you, a fire burns, casting shadows of objects and people onto the wall in front of you. Since you have never seen anything else, you believe these shadows are reality. You do not question them because they are all you have ever known. This is Plato's allegory of the cave, one of the most famous metaphors in philosophy. It represents how most people live, trapped in illusions, mistaking appearances for truth. The shadows on the wall are the beliefs, social norms, and assumptions we inherit without question. The cave is the world of ignorance, where people accept what they are told without ever seeking deeper knowledge. But what happens when someone breaks free? When they turn around and see the fire, realizing the shadows were mere illusions? And what happens if they step outside the cave into the real world, where the light of the sun reveals reality in full? At first, they are blinded, overwhelmed by the truth. But as their eyes adjust, they see things as they really are. Now imagine this person returns to the cave to tell the others. What do you think happens? They are mocked, ridiculed, even seen as dangerous, because most people do not want to leave their illusions. They are comfortable in their ignorance, afraid of change, resistant to questioning their beliefs. Plato's allegory is a warning. Most of what we accept as reality is merely a reflection, a half-truth. To seek truth, you must be willing to leave the cave. You must question, challenge, and go beyond the surface. Most will never do this, but those who do will see the world as it truly is. Categorical imperative. Act only on principles that could be universal laws. How do you know if an action is truly moral? Is lying ever acceptable? Is stealing ever justified? Instead of relying on personal feelings or cultural norms, Immanuel Kant developed a strict rule for ethical decision-making, the categorical imperative. It states, act only according to principles that you would want to become universal laws. In other words, before doing something, ask yourself, what if everyone did this? Would the world function? Would society be just? If the answer is no, then the action is immoral, no exceptions. For example, take lying. If one person lies, it may seem harmless. But if everyone lied, trust would collapse and communication would become meaningless. Therefore, lying is morally wrong, no matter the situation. The same applies to stealing. If everyone stole, society would break down. Kant believed that morality is not about personal gain or situational ethics. It is about creating a world where moral laws apply to all, equally and consistently. This goes against moral systems based on personal benefit or emotions. Kant argued that morality must be based on duty, not feelings. Helping someone because it makes you feel good is not truly moral. Helping someone because it is the right thing to do, regardless of your feelings, is moral. Ethics should not depend on convenience or consequences. They should be based on principles that hold true for everyone. Kant's categorical imperative demands strict moral consistency. No shortcuts, no situational justifications. It forces you to think beyond yourself and ask, would the world be better if everyone acted as I do? If not, then the action cannot be justified. True morality is not about what benefits you in the moment. It is about what creates a just and fair world for all. Utilitarianism, the greatest happiness for the greatest number. What makes an action good or bad? Should morality be based on rules, emotions, or intentions? Jeremy Bentham, the founder of utilitarianism, proposed a simple but radical answer. Morality should be based on outcomes. The right action is the one that produces the most happiness and the least suffering for the greatest number of people. Unlike moral systems based on duty, like Kant's categorical imperative, utilitarianism is flexible. It does not ask, is this action right or wrong in itself? Instead, it asks, what will this action lead to? If it increases overall well-being, it is good. If it causes harm, it is bad. Imagine a doctor has 5 patients, all dying from different organ failures, and one healthy person who could be sacrificed to save them. A strict utilitarian might argue that sacrificing one to save 5 creates more happiness overall. But does that make it just? This is the challenge of utilitarianism. While it prioritizes the greater good, it can sometimes clash with personal rights and justice. John Stuart Mill, who refined Bentham's theory, argued that not all happiness is equal. Some pleasures, like intellectual growth or deep relationships, are more valuable than temporary pleasures like eating junk food or watching TV. He believed that utilitarianism should not just seek any happiness, but higher forms of happiness that lead to lasting fulfillment. Utilitarianism has influenced everything from law to economics to public policy. It asks us to think beyond personal interests and consider the collective good. Before making a decision, ask, does this benefit only me, or does it create the greatest happiness for the greatest number? Because morality, according to Bentham, is not about rigid principles. It is about maximizing well-being for all. The golden mean. Virtue is the balance between extremes. Too much courage becomes recklessness. Too little courage becomes cowardice. Too much generosity leads to self-destruction. Too little leads to greed. Aristotle called this balance the golden mean, the idea that virtue is found between extremes. Most people assume that morality is about avoiding bad behavior, but Aristotle believed that virtue is not about avoidance, but about balance. Every trait, when taken to an extreme, becomes a flaw. The key to a good life is not rejecting emotions or desires. It is learning how to control and balance them. Think of anger. Some believe anger is always bad, that a virtuous person should never be angry. But Aristotle disagreed. He believed that anger, when used correctly, is necessary for justice and self-respect. The key is moderation. Anger should not be uncontrolled rage, but neither should it be total passivity. The golden mean is finding the right amount, a level that leads to action but does not consume you. This principle applies to every part of life: work, relationships, ambition, pleasure. Too much ambition turns into obsession. Too little leads to stagnation. Too much self-discipline leads to a joyless life. Too little leads to chaos. The secret to fulfillment is knowing when to push and when to pull back. The golden mean is not about being average or mediocre. It is about balance, about knowing how to apply virtues in the right way at the right time. Living virtuously does not mean rejecting emotions, desires, or ambition. It means mastering them. Because true wisdom is not found in excess or deficiency, but in harmony. Monads. The universe consists of infinite individual substances. What is reality made of? For centuries, philosophers and scientists tried to break existence down into its smallest components. Some believed in atoms, others in spiritual forces. But Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz proposed a radically different idea: monads. He argued that the universe is composed of an infinite number of indivisible, self-contained entities called monads, each with its own unique qualities. Unlike physical atoms, monads are not material. They are spiritual in nature, more like tiny souls than tiny particles. Each monad is self-sufficient, independent, and reflects the entire universe from its own perspective, like infinite mirrors, each showing a different angle of reality. But if monads are separate, how does the universe stay organized? Leibniz introduced his concept of pre-established harmony, the idea that all monads are synchronized by God in a perfect, harmonious order. Like clocks set to the same time, they do not interact directly, but they appear to move together seamlessly. This theory was Leibniz's attempt to solve deep philosophical problems about causation, free will, and the nature of reality. It suggests that everything in the universe follows a divine plan, even if it seems chaotic to us. Whether or not monads exist, the idea challenges us to consider reality not as a collection of interacting objects, but as a web of individual, self-contained existences, each playing its role in the grand design. Eternal recurrence. Would you live this life over and over? Imagine this. One night, a demon visits you and tells you that your life, every moment, every joy, every pain, will repeat forever. Not just once, but for eternity. Every decision, every mistake, every victory, you will relive it exactly as it is, without change, forever. This is eternal recurrence, one of Friedrich Nietzsche's most haunting and profound ideas. It is not meant to be taken literally. Instead, it is a thought experiment, a test of how you are living. If the idea of repeating your life forever fills you with dread, then perhaps you are not living fully. If you would gladly embrace it, then you have found true meaning. Nietzsche challenges us. Are you living in a way that you would willingly repeat for eternity? Or are you simply existing, letting life pass you by, waiting for something to change? Most people drift through life, postponing happiness, avoiding risks, staying in comfort. But eternal recurrence forces you to ask, if you had to live this exact life again and again, would you be satisfied? This idea is an invitation to radical ownership of your life, to stop waiting, to stop regretting, to act as if every choice matters, because in this experiment, it does. Eternal recurrence is not about the future, it is about now. If you knew that every moment would return eternally, how would you live differently? Because in the end, Nietzsche's challenge is simple. Live in such a way that you would say yes to life, again and again, forever. We are star stuff. The cosmos and humans are one. Look up at the night sky. Every star, every planet, every galaxy is made of the same elements that make up you. Your body, your bones, your breath, all of it was once inside a star that exploded billions of years ago. Carl Sagan famously said, "We are star stuff." But this idea is more than poetic. It is a profound truth that connects science and philosophy. The ancient Stoics believed in a concept called cosmopolitanism, the idea that humans are not separate from nature, but part of a vast, interconnected whole. They saw the universe as a single, living organism where everything flows together in perfect order. Modern science confirms what the Stoics intuited. The iron in your blood, the calcium in your bones, the oxygen you breathe, all were forged in ancient stars before finding their way into you. This realization changes everything. It means you are not small, not insignificant. You are literally part of the universe. The same forces that shape galaxies flow through you. You are made of the same matter as supernovas, black holes, and distant planets. You are the cosmos, temporarily arranged in human form. So what does this mean for how you live? It means embracing your connection to everything. It means seeing life not as something separate from the universe, but as a continuation of its great unfolding. It means recognizing that you are part of something infinite, and that within you, the universe itself is alive. Survival of the fittest. Natural selection shapes all living things. Why do some species thrive while others disappear? Why do certain traits become dominant while others fade? Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection, popularly known as survival of the fittest, explains how life evolves over time, shaping everything from the smallest bacteria to the complexity of the human mind. The idea is simple but powerful. Those who adapt survive. Nature does not reward strength, intelligence, or beauty on their own. It rewards what works. Traits that help an organism survive and reproduce get passed down. Traits that do not vanish. Over time, this slow process of adaptation sculpts all life, molding species into forms best suited for their environments. But survival of the fittest is not just about biology, it is also a philosophy of life. It teaches resilience. Those who thrive in life are not necessarily the strongest or the smartest, but the most adaptable. Those who resist change, who cling to outdated ideas, who fear the unknown, they struggle. But those who evolve, who learn, who adjust to new challenges, they survive and grow. This is why evolution is more than a scientific theory. It is a way of thinking. It reminds us that nothing stays the same, that change is inevitable, that those who refuse to adapt will be left behind, and that in every challenge, in every struggle, nature is asking you one simple question: will you evolve? Time is an illusion. Past, present, and future exist simultaneously. Most people believe time flows in one direction: past, present, future. We see time as a river, moving forward, carrying us with it. But Albert Einstein shattered this idea. His theory of relativity revealed that time is not a fixed progression, but a dimension, like space, where past, present, and future all exist at once. Think about it. If you stand still, time seems normal. But if you move close to the speed of light, time slows down for you while continuing normally for others. This is not science fiction. It is proven physics. This means that time is not an absolute reality, but something that bends, shifts, and depends on perspective. Eastern philosophy arrived at similar conclusions long before Einstein. Hinduism and Buddhism teach that time is Maya, an illusion created by human perception. The past and future are constructs of the mind. Only the present moment is real, but even now is fleeting. The more you chase time, the more you become trapped in its illusion. So what does this mean for your life? It means that clinging to the past or fearing the future is meaningless, because in a deeper sense, they are already happening. It means that instead of treating time as something to escape or control, you should flow with it. Time is not a straight line. It is a vast, interconnected whole. The question is not where you are in time. The question is how you are experiencing it. Innate ideas. Some knowledge exists within us before experience. Is all knowledge learned, or do we come into the world already knowing certain truths? René Descartes believed that some ideas, like mathematics, logic, and even the concept of existence, are innate, meaning they are present in our minds from birth. He argued that not all knowledge comes from experience. Some truths are so fundamental that they must already exist within us, waiting to be recognized. Take the concept of self. When you close your eyes and think, you know you exist, not because you see yourself, but because you are aware of your own thoughts. This is the basis of cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. You do not learn existence through experience. You realize it through thought. The same applies to mathematical truths. 2 + 2, 4, is not something we invent. It is something we discover. Descartes saw innate ideas as evidence of a deeper structure in the universe, possibly placed there by a higher intelligence. Even modern cognitive science suggests that infants possess an intuitive understanding of space, numbers, and even basic morality before they are taught. If true, this means that learning is not just absorbing information from the outside world, it is awakening knowledge already within us. Truth through reason. The mind, not the senses, is the path to real knowledge. What if everything you see, hear, and feel is deceiving you? Can you truly trust your senses? Baruch Spinoza, one of the greatest rationalist philosophers, believed that real knowledge does not come from what we perceive, but from what we reason. Our senses are limited, subjective, and easily fooled, but our mind, when used correctly, can access deeper truths. Spinoza argued that most people live trapped in illusion, mistaking temporary appearances for reality. You see the sun rise and set, and it feels like the sun moves around the earth, but science tells us the opposite is true. You experience emotions and assume they reflect reality. but they are often irrational reactions. If you rely only on your senses and feelings, you will never find truth. Instead, Spinoza believed in pure reason, the ability of the human mind to understand reality beyond what is immediately visible. He saw the universe as an interconnected whole, governed by logical, mathematical laws. By using reason, we can see beyond the chaos of everyday experience and uncover the deeper structure of reality. This idea challenges how most people live. It asks you to question your immediate perceptions, to seek truth not in how things seem, but in how they are. It means valuing logic over impulse, knowledge over opinion, and understanding over illusion. Because in the end, reality is not what you see, it is what you understand. Mathematical universe. The world follows logical, mathematical principles. What if the universe itself is built on numbers? Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, one of the great rationalist philosophers, believed that reality is fundamentally mathematical. He argued that the universe is not chaotic or random. It operates according to deep, logical structures that can be understood through reason. Leibniz was fascinated by how mathematics could explain nature. The laws of physics, the patterns in nature, the motion of planets, all of these follow precise mathematical principles. Even things that seem random, like the shape of clouds or the growth of plants, often follow hidden mathematical patterns like the Fibonacci sequence. But Leibniz went even further. He believed that not only is the physical world mathematical, but so is truth itself. He saw the universe as a vast system of logical relationships, where every truth can be broken down into a kind of ultimate mathematical equation. In his search for a universal language, he even dreamed of creating a system where all knowledge could be expressed and solved using symbols, an idea that later influenced modern computing and artificial intelligence. If Leibniz was right, then understanding reality is not about relying on our senses, which can be deceived. Instead, it is about uncovering the mathematical and logical patterns that govern existence. This idea forms the foundation of modern science, suggesting that to truly understand the universe, we must think like mathematicians, because in the end, reality is not just what we see, it is what we can prove. A priori knowledge. Some truths are known without experience, like logic and math. Can you know something without ever experiencing it? Immanuel Kant argued that you can. He called this kind of knowledge a priori, truths that exist in the mind before any experience of the world. For example, take the statement, "All bachelors are unmarried." You don't need to go out and interview every bachelor in the world to know this is true. It is true by definition. The same applies to logic and mathematics. 2 + 2 = 4 is not something we learn from experience. It is something that is necessarily true, independent of what happens in the world. Kant divided knowledge into two categories. First, a priori knowledge, which is known independently of experience, like math and logic. Second, a posteriori knowledge, which is learned from experience, like science and history. This was a major shift in philosophy. Before Kant, philosophers like John Locke and David Hume argued that all knowledge comes from experience. Kant disagreed. He believed that the mind is not a blank slate. It comes with built-in structures that shape how we see the world. We do not just passively receive information from the world, we actively organize it using the fundamental rules of logic, space, and time. This idea influences everything from science to metaphysics. It suggests that reality is not just out there, waiting to be observed. It is also within us, shaped by the way our minds work. It means that some truths, like mathematical laws and logical principles, are universal, not because we discover them in the world, but because they are woven into the very way we think. God as necessary being. If perfection exists, it must exist necessarily. Can you imagine a perfect being that does not exist? Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, expanding on the ontological argument first proposed by Anselm, argued that if perfection is possible, then it must exist in reality. The logic behind this is subtle but profound. A perfect being, by definition, must possess all perfections, including existence itself. If such a being did not exist, it would be less perfect, contradicting the very concept of perfection. Therefore, God, as the most perfect being imaginable, must necessarily exist. Leibniz refined this argument by introducing the idea of necessary existence. Some things exist contingently. They could exist, but they don't have to. A tree, a person, a planet, none of these exist by necessity. But something that is necessary must exist in all possible realities. For Leibniz, God fits this category. A perfect being cannot be a mere possibility. It must exist in every possible world, including ours. This argument attempts to move beyond faith and into pure reason. It does not rely on religious scripture or personal belief, but instead on logical necessity. However, it remains one of the most debated ideas in philosophy. Can existence be a defining trait? Can logic alone prove God's existence? Whether or not one accepts the argument, Leibniz's reasoning forces us to consider the nature of perfection, existence, and necessity in ways that go beyond ordinary thought. Experience shapes mind. All knowledge comes through the senses. Are we born with ideas, or is the mind a blank slate shaped entirely by experience? John Locke argued that all knowledge comes from the senses. He rejected the idea of innate ideas, insisting that everything we know is built from what we see, hear, touch, taste, and smell. To Locke, the mind at birth is tabula rasa, a blank slate waiting to be written on by experience. This idea was a direct challenge to thinkers like Descartes, who believed that certain truths, such as mathematics or morality, exist within us before experience. Locke disagreed. He believed that even the most complex thoughts originate from simple sensory experiences. A child does not know the concept of redness at birth. They see red objects repeatedly, compare them, and form the idea over time. Likewise, ideas like justice, love, or even God are not built into the mind. They are learned through experience, shaped by the environment, and influenced by culture. This view laid the foundation for empiricism, the belief that knowledge is derived from observation and experimentation rather than pure reason. It also influenced modern psychology, education, and science. If all knowledge comes through the senses, then improving our understanding of the world requires experience, not just abstract reasoning. But does this mean we are purely products of our environment? Can we ever truly escape the limits of our experience? Locke's ideas suggest that everything we know is built from what we have encountered. But if that's the case, how can we ever be sure that we see the full truth? The more we understand how experience shapes the mind, the more we realize how much our knowledge is shaped and limited by the world around us. Causation is a habit. We don't truly know cause and effect, only patterns. Every day, you see one event followed by another. A match lights when struck, the sun rises after night, a glass shatters when it falls. You assume that one thing causes the next. But what if causation is just an illusion? What if all we truly know are patterns, not real connections? This is what David Hume argued. Hume believed that cause and effect are not things we know. They are simply habits of thought. We see patterns repeated over and over, and we assume a connection. When we drop a ball, we expect it to fall, not because we see a force acting on it, but because it has always happened that way before. But does this mean it must happen that way? Can we ever prove that one event causes another? Hume's skepticism of causation shook philosophy. He argued that we never see causation directly, we only see sequences of events. If a rooster crows every morning before sunrise, and this happens 1,000 times, we might believe the crowing causes the sunrise, but we would be wrong. What if everything we believe about cause and effect is just this same kind of illusion, repeated on a much larger scale? This idea has massive implications for science and knowledge itself. Science is based on cause and effect, but if causation is just a mental habit, then all scientific laws are based on assumptions, not certainty. Hume forces us to question the foundations of how we think, reminding us that just because something always has happened a certain way does not mean it must continue to happen. Skepticism of reality. We can never know if reality exists beyond perception. What if everything you experience, every sight, sound, and touch, is just a projection of your mind? How can you be certain that the external world even exists? David Hume took skepticism to its extreme, arguing that we can never truly know if reality exists beyond our perception. Think about it. Every piece of information you receive about the world comes through your senses. You don't experience reality directly, you experience your version of it. When you see a tree, you are not interacting with the tree itself, but with the image of the tree created by your mind. When you hear someone speak, you don't hear the sound itself, but the brain's interpretation of sound waves. If everything we know is filtered through perception, how can we be sure that anything exists beyond it? Hume challenged the assumption that there is an objective reality outside our minds. He argued that all we have are perceptions, colors, sounds, textures, emotions, but we have no way of proving that an external world causes them. What if there is nothing beyond our mental experience? What if the world as we know it is just a collection of perceptions without an independent existence? This radical skepticism influenced later philosophers like Immanuel Kant, who attempted to solve the problem by distinguishing between the phenomenal world, what we perceive, and the noumenal world, reality as it truly is. But Hume's challenge remains. Can we ever truly step outside our own perception to see what is real? Or are we forever trapped in our own minds, unable to know if reality is anything more than a dream? The mind is a mirror. The mind only reflects what experience provides. Is the human mind capable of generating knowledge on its own, or does it simply reflect the world around it? John Locke argued that the mind is like a mirror. It contains nothing until experience provides something for it to reflect. Unlike thinkers such as Descartes, who believed in innate ideas, Locke believed that all knowledge comes from external experience. At birth, the mind is tabula rasa, a blank slate. It does not possess built-in truths or concepts. Instead, it passively absorbs information from the senses, forming ideas based on what it encounters. Just as a mirror reflects only what is placed in front of it, the mind can only know what has been fed into it through experience. A person who has never seen the ocean can never imagine its vastness, just as a blind person can never experience color. This idea transformed how people understood learning and education. If knowledge is not something we are born with, then our environment, culture, and experiences shape everything we think and believe. It also raises deep philosophical questions. If our minds can only reflect what we experience, then how can we ever know anything beyond our personal reality? If we have never encountered something, can we ever truly understand it? Locke's philosophy laid the foundation for empiricism, the belief that all knowledge comes from observation. But it also reveals the limits of human understanding. If the mind is only a mirror, then how much of reality do we actually see? And how much of it is forever hidden from us because we lack the experiences to reflect it? Science as the guide. Only empirical testing can distinguish truth from fiction. How do we separate truth from illusion? For most of human history, people relied on tradition, religion, or authority to decide what was true. But Francis Bacon, the father of the scientific method, argued that the only reliable path to knowledge is empirical testing. Instead of trusting opinions, assumptions, or ancient texts, we must rely on evidence. Bacon's approach was revolutionary. He insisted that knowledge should not be based on faith or speculation, but on experimentation and observation. If an idea is true, it must be tested. If it fails under scrutiny, it must be abandoned. This method, hypothesis, experiment, observation, conclusion, became the foundation of modern science. Before Bacon, people believed that truth was something you could think your way into. Philosophers debated ideas in abstract, assuming that pure reason could lead to certainty. But Bacon argued that the real world does not conform to human assumptions. It must be observed directly. This idea changed everything. It led to the rapid progress of science, from physics to medicine to technology. It also exposed falsehoods that had been accepted for centuries. Ancient thinkers believed the Earth was the center of the universe, until observation proved otherwise. Alchemists believed they could turn lead into gold, until experimentation showed it was impossible. Science, by demanding proof, forces humanity to continuously refine its understanding of reality. Bacon's scientific method is now the foundation of rational thought. It teaches us to be skeptical of untested beliefs, to challenge assumptions, and to accept that truth is not fixed. It evolves. The world does not bend to our beliefs. Instead, we must shape our beliefs to fit the world. Only through testing, questioning, and observing can we move beyond illusion and uncover the reality that lies beneath. Truth is what works. Ideas are true if they have practical benefits. What makes something true? Is truth an absolute, unchanging reality, or is it simply whatever helps us navigate the world effectively? William James, one of the leading figures in pragmatism, argued that truth is not about abstract logic, it is about what works. For James, an idea is true if it produces useful results in real life. If believing in something helps you make better decisions, find meaning, or solve problems, then it is true for you. This is a radical departure from traditional philosophy, which sees truth as something objective and fixed. James saw truth as fluid, changing based on what is most beneficial in a given situation. Think about beliefs like free will, morality, or even religious faith. If believing in free will gives you motivation to act, if believing in morality helps society function, if faith gives someone purpose, then those ideas are true in a pragmatic sense, even if they cannot be scientifically proven. But pragmatism also applies to science and everyday life. A medical theory is true if it helps cure disease. A business strategy is true if it leads to success. A philosophy is true if it helps people live better lives. James's approach forces us to rethink truth, not as an abstract, eternal concept, but as something that proves itself through results. This idea is both liberating and controversial. It means that truth is not something we find, it is something we create through action. But it also raises the question, if truth is just what works, does that mean different things can be true for different people? If reality is flexible, does anything remain objectively real? Reality is malleable. Our beliefs shape what we see as real. Most people assume that reality exists independently of them, that the world is fixed and objective. But John Dewey, one of the great American pragmatists, argued that reality is shaped by our beliefs, actions, and experiences. What we see as real is not something separate from us. It is something we participate in creating. Dewey believed that the mind does not just observe reality, it interacts with it, shaping it through perception, learning, and social influence. The way we interpret events, the values we hold, even the scientific facts we accept, all of these are influenced by the mental frameworks we bring to the world. Think about how two people can experience the same event but interpret it completely differently. One sees an opportunity, another sees a disaster. One sees kindness, another sees manipulation. Reality itself does not dictate these meanings. Our beliefs do. Dewey argued that this applies on a larger scale as well. Society's understanding of truth, morality, and even science evolves based on what people collectively believe and test over time. This idea challenges the traditional notion of objective reality. If beliefs shape what we see as real, then truth is not something waiting to be discovered. It is something that emerges through experience and interaction. This is why education, science, and culture matter so much. They shape the lens through which we see the world. Dewey's philosophy encourages us to be active participants in reality. If the world is not fixed, if it is shaped by how we think and act, then we are not just passive observers, we are co-creators of reality itself. The question is, what kind of reality are you helping to create? Action over theory. Knowledge must be useful to be meaningful. What is the purpose of knowledge? Is it enough to simply know something, or does knowledge only matter if it can be used? Pragmatists argue that ideas are not valuable for their own sake. They are valuable because of what they allow us to do. Knowledge without application is empty. For pragmatists like William James and John Dewey, truth is not about abstract theorizing. It is about action. If an idea does not lead to useful consequences, it is meaningless. A scientific theory is only valuable if it can predict and explain real-world events. A philosophy is only meaningful if it helps people live better lives. Even morality must be judged not by rigid principles, but by how well it works in practice. This perspective challenges traditional philosophy, which often prioritizes theory over application. Think about the centuries of debates over the nature of free will, morality, and consciousness. Do these discussions matter if they never lead to real-world improvements? The pragmatists would say no. Knowledge must serve life. It must help solve problems, guide decisions, and improve the human condition. This does not mean theory is useless. It means theory must be tested against reality. An idea that remains purely intellectual, without real-world consequences, is no better than an illusion. Pragmatism urges us to ask, does this belief help me? Does this knowledge change anything? Can I apply this in the world? If not, then perhaps it is not true knowledge at all. Ideas evolve. Truths change over time as society evolves. What is true today may not be true tomorrow. Charles Peirce, one of the founders of pragmatism, believed that truth is not a fixed, eternal thing. It evolves. As society changes, as knowledge expands, as new discoveries are made, what we once thought was true is often replaced by something better. History proves this. People once believed the earth was the center of the universe, that disease was caused by evil spirits, that kings ruled by divine right. These truths were accepted for centuries, until new evidence emerged, new perspectives developed, and old ideas were discarded. Science, morality, and philosophy all evolve, just like living organisms adapting to their environment. Peirce saw truth as a process, not a final destination. He argued that knowledge is always provisional. We should never assume we have reached the ultimate answer. Instead of clinging to old beliefs, we must remain open to revision, always testing, questioning, and improving our understanding. This challenges the way most people think about truth. We want certainty, stability, something solid to hold on to. But if truth is always evolving, then we must embrace uncertainty, not as a weakness, but as the driving force of progress. The best way to approach knowledge is not with absolute conviction, but with curiosity and flexibility. Truth is not something we possess, it is something we pursue. And as long as human thought continues to grow, truth will never be final. It will always be a work in progress. Education as growth. Learning is an ongoing transformation, not memorization. What does it mean to be educated? Is it the ability to recall facts, pass exams, or repeat what has been taught? John Dewey, one of the most influential thinkers in education, rejected the idea that learning is just about memorization. To him, true education is not about storing information. It is about growing as a person. Dewey believed that learning is an active process, not a passive one. Education should not be about force-feeding students facts, but about engaging them, encouraging curiosity, problem-solving, and real-world application. He argued that knowledge is not something you simply receive. It is something you develop through experience, experimentation, and reflection. This approach revolutionized how we think about learning. Instead of rigid lectures, Dewey promoted hands-on learning, where students engage with real problems. Instead of seeing education as preparation for later life, he saw it as a fundamental part of life itself. A person does not stop learning after school. Education is a lifelong process of adapting, growing, and improving. This challenges traditional education systems, which often focus on rote learning, memorizing facts, taking standardized tests, and following rigid curriculums. Dewey argued that true learning is not about what you know, but about how you think. If education is about memorization, knowledge becomes fragile. It is easily forgotten. But if education is about growth, then knowledge becomes part of you, shaping how you see the world. Learning should not be about preparing students for a test. It should be about preparing them for life. It should teach them how to think, how to question, how to adapt. Because in a world that is constantly changing, the ability to keep learning is the most important skill of all. Doubt everything. True knowledge begins with radical skepticism. How do you know anything is real? What if your senses deceive you? What if everything you believe is an illusion? René Descartes, one of the greatest philosophers of all time, argued that the only way to find true knowledge is to doubt everything, to strip away every assumption and see what remains. Descartes realized that most of what people accept as truth is based on unreliable foundations, tradition, authority, personal experience. But senses can be deceived. Opinions can be false. Even the things that seem obvious could be illusions. So how can we be sure of anything? To solve this, Descartes applied radical skepticism. He assumed that everything he believed could be false. His senses, his memories, even the existence of the external world. He imagined a scenario where an all-powerful evil demon was deceiving him, making him believe in a world that did not actually exist. But even in this extreme doubt, he found one thing that could not be denied. He was thinking, and if he was thinking, then he must exist. This led to his famous statement, "Cogito, ergo sum," I think, therefore I am. From this one undeniable truth, Descartes tried to rebuild knowledge on a firm foundation. His skepticism forced him to question everything, but it also allowed him to find truths that could not be doubted. This method of questioning assumptions became the basis of modern philosophy and science. Doubt, then, is not the enemy of knowledge. It is its starting point. If we never question, we remain trapped in illusion. But if we dare to doubt, to challenge assumptions, to strip away falsehoods, we move closer to real understanding. Because the only way to truly know something is to first ask, what if I'm wrong? You cannot trust your senses. They often deceive you. Can you truly believe what you see, hear, or feel? Ancient skeptic Pyrrho argued that you cannot. He believed that the senses are unreliable, easily tricked, and constantly changing. What looks small from far away seems large up close. A stick in water appears bent, though it is straight. A sound that is quiet to one person is deafening to another. If our senses contradict themselves, how can we trust them? Pyrrho and the skeptics of ancient Greece believed that because the senses deceive us, we should suspend judgment about reality. Instead of claiming to know the truth, we should accept that we do not know and live with uncertainty. Pyrrho himself was said to be so indifferent to what his senses told him that he had to be guided by his friends to avoid walking into danger. This radical doubt challenges how we experience the world. We assume that our perceptions are accurate, but what if they are not? Modern science confirms that our senses filter reality. Our eyes do not see ultraviolet light. Our ears do not hear all frequencies. Our brains even fill in missing details, creating illusions. If what we perceive is not the full picture, then how much of reality remains hidden from us? Skepticism of the senses leads to deeper questions. If we cannot trust our perceptions, can we ever truly know the world? Are we living in a reality shaped only by what our limited senses allow us to experience? Pyrrho's philosophy does not give easy answers. It forces us to question everything we think we know. Knowledge is unattainable. We may never reach absolute certainty. Is it possible to know anything with complete certainty? Agnostic skeptics argue that true, absolute knowledge is beyond our reach. No matter how much we study, question, or explore, there will always be a level of doubt. Reality, truth, even our own existence, everything we claim to know could be an illusion. This skepticism does not mean that all knowledge is false, but that certainty itself is an illusion. Science is based on observation, but what if our observations are flawed? Philosophy seeks ultimate truths, but what if reason itself is limited? Every new discovery leads to more questions, pushing the boundaries of what we understand, but never reaching a final answer. The ancient skeptics like Sextus Empiricus and modern agnostic thinkers like Bertrand Russell argued that recognizing our limits is the first step toward wisdom. If we accept that we may never know the ultimate truth, we become open to constant learning, critical thinking, and the humility to change our beliefs when new evidence emerges. This perspective is unsettling. People crave certainty. They want clear answers, firm ground, something to hold on to. But the world does not offer guarantees. Skepticism reminds us that while we may never attain absolute knowledge, we can still seek better knowledge, always questioning, always refining, always moving closer to truth, even if we never fully reach it. The brain in a vat. How can we know we aren't living in a simulation? What if everything you see, hear, and feel is an illusion? What if your body doesn't exist, and your entire life is nothing more than electrical signals fed into your brain by some unknown force? This is the brain in a vat thought experiment, a modern version of radical skepticism, questioning whether reality itself is real. Imagine that a scientist has removed your brain, placed it in a vat of life-sustaining liquid, and connected it to a supercomputer. This computer sends electrical impulses that perfectly simulate the experience of reality. You see the sky, feel the wind, taste food, but none of it is real. It is all just artificial signals. Now, ask yourself, how would you know? If your entire experience is created by an external source, then everything you believe about the world, including your own body, is uncertain. This scenario echoes earlier skepticism from philosophers like Descartes, who questioned whether an evil demon might be deceiving him. But in the modern age, with the rise of virtual reality and artificial intelligence, the idea has become even more relevant. If computers can already simulate lifelike environments, how can we be sure that we are not in one right now? This is the foundation of simulation theory, famously popularized by thinkers like Nick Bostrom and even referenced in movies like The Matrix. If an advanced civilization could create highly realistic simulations of consciousness, then, statistically speaking, it is more likely that we are in a simulation rather than the one real universe. While this may sound like science fiction, the implications are serious. If we cannot prove that we are not in a simulation, then we must reconsider what reality even means. If our senses can be manipulated, then knowledge itself is uncertain. The brain in a vat forces us to ask the ultimate skeptical question: what is real, and can we ever truly know? Challenge authority. No belief should go unquestioned. Why do we believe what we believe? Because it is true, or because we were told it is true? Sextus Empiricus, one of the great skeptics of ancient Greece, argued that no belief, no matter how widely accepted, should be taken at face value. Authority, tradition, and dogma should always be questioned. Throughout history, people have blindly followed religious leaders, political rulers, and cultural traditions without asking if those beliefs are justified. Empiricus saw this as dangerous. He believed that most authority is based not on truth, but on power. Kings once ruled by divine right. Scientists were once punished for saying the Earth was not the center of the universe, and entire societies have accepted unjust laws simply because they were told to. To challenge authority does not mean to reject everything. It means to demand reason and evidence. If an idea is true, it should withstand questioning. If it crumbles under scrutiny, it was never worth believing in the first place. This applies not just to religion and politics, but to everyday life. Why do we follow certain social norms? Why do we accept certain moral values? Why do we assume experts are always correct? Skepticism is not about denying truth. It is about ensuring that what we believe is true. Blind faith in authority leads to ignorance, while questioning and independent thought lead to knowledge. Sextus Empiricus teaches us that wisdom begins when we stop asking, "Who said this?" and start asking, "Is this actually true?" Language shapes thought. We don't describe reality, language creates it. Most people assume that language is just a tool for describing the world. You see something, you name it, and that word represents reality. But what if the opposite is true? What if language actually shapes how you see the world? Ferdinand de Saussure, the father of structural linguistics, argued that language does not just reflect reality, it constructs it. Words do not simply label objects, they shape how we think about them. The language you speak determines how you categorize experiences, what distinctions you notice, and even what concepts exist in your mind. Think about color. In English, we have blue and green as separate colors, but some languages, like certain indigenous Australian dialects, have a single word for both. Speakers of these languages literally see color differently than English speakers because their language does not force them to make the same distinction. This effect applies to emotions, time, and even morality. Saussure also argued that words have no natural connection to what they represent. The word tree has no inherent relationship to the object we call a tree. It is just a sound we have collectively assigned to it. Different languages divide reality in different ways. Eskimo Aleut languages have dozens of words for snow, while the Piraha people of the Amazon have no words for exact numbers. Their perception of the world is shaped by what their language allows them to express. This idea has massive implications. If language shapes thought, then different languages create different realities. It also means that what we believe to be true is often limited by the structure of the words we use. Language is not a mirror, it is a lens, filtering and reshaping everything we see. There is no truth. Truth depends on who controls the narrative. We like to believe that truth is objective, that facts exist independently of human influence. But Michel Foucault, one of the most influential postmodern thinkers, argued that truth is not something fixed. It is a product of power. Whoever controls the narrative controls what society accepts as truth. Throughout history, those in power have shaped knowledge. Kings and emperors dictated what was considered just. Religions defined morality. Governments and media frame events to fit their agendas. Scientific truths have often been influenced by politics, funding, and cultural bias. Foucault believed that knowledge is never neutral. It is always tied to systems of power. Consider history books. They tell the story from the perspective of the victors, shaping what future generations believe about the past. Consider science. For centuries, medical research excluded women and minorities, treating the male body as the universal standard. What was accepted as medical truth was, in reality, shaped by bias. Even in law, what is considered a crime or a social norm is dictated by those in charge. Foucault argued that truth is not something we discover, it is something that is created through discourse, institutions, and authority. This does not mean that objective reality does not exist, but rather that what we accept as true is always influenced by the social structures around us. This challenges the way we think about facts, history, and even morality. If truth is tied to power, then questioning authority is not just about politics. It is about uncovering the hidden forces that shape our understanding of reality. Foucault forces us to ask, who benefits from this truth? Who gets to decide what is real, and what truths have been erased, hidden, or rewritten? Deconstruct the text. Meaning is never fixed, always shifting. What if words don't have stable meanings? What if everything you read, hear, or say is open to endless interpretations? Jacques Derrida, the founder of deconstruction, argued that meaning is never fixed. It is always in motion, shaped by context, history, and the perspective of the reader. We assume that language is clear, that words point to definite meanings. But Derrida showed that words do not have fixed definitions. They gain meaning only in relation to other words. The meaning of a word depends on how it is used, who is speaking, and what cultural assumptions exist at the time. If you read the same book at different points in your life, you will find new meanings. If two people read the same sentence, they might interpret it completely differently. Meaning is not in the text itself, it is in how we read it. Derrida called this constant shifting of meaning difference, a term that plays on the French words for difference and deferral. Meaning is never fully present. It is always deferred, always slipping beyond our grasp. You can never pin down a single final interpretation of a text because words are unstable. This challenges how we think about literature, philosophy, and even communication itself. If meaning is never fixed, then no text has a single, correct interpretation. There is no ultimate truth hidden inside words, only perspectives, contradictions, and endless layers of meaning waiting to be uncovered. Derrida's philosophy forces us to rethink everything we take for granted in language. When we read a law, a religious text, or even a personal letter, are we understanding what the writer intended, or are we creating our own meaning? If meaning is never fixed, then truth itself is never fixed, and every interpretation is a form of creation. Power defines knowledge. Those in power dictate what is considered true. We like to believe that knowledge is pure, that truth exists independently of human influence. But Michel Foucault argued that knowledge is always shaped by power. Those who control society, governments, institutions, scientists, media, determine what is accepted as truth. Think about history. The stories we tell about the past are not objective. They are shaped by the perspectives of those in control. The victors write history books. The oppressed are often erased. What we consider fact is often just the dominant narrative that has been repeated the most. Consider science. Throughout history, scientific truths have been dictated by those in power. In the past, the church controlled knowledge, dictating what people could believe about the universe. Today, governments and corporations fund research, influencing what studies get published and what information spreads. Even in medicine, what is considered a disorder has often been shaped by cultural biases rather than objective science. Foucault's argument is simple but unsettling. Truth is not neutral. It is constructed by those who hold power, enforced by institutions, and reinforced by social norms. Even laws, education, and morality are shaped by who has the authority to define them. This means that questioning power is not just about politics. It is about questioning the very structure of knowledge itself. What ideas have been suppressed? What perspectives have been ignored? If knowledge is tied to power, then truth is never just truth. It is always a battle over who gets to decide what is real. Identity is a social construct. We are products of cultural narratives. Who are you? Your name, your gender, your nationality, your beliefs. Do these things define you? Or are they simply roles assigned to you by society? Postmodern thinkers argue that identity is not something fixed or innate. It is a social construct shaped by cultural narratives, historical forces, and power structures. We often assume that our sense of self is natural, that who we are is determined by some essential truth inside us. But postmodernism challenges this idea. Your identity is largely a product of external influences, the language you speak, the traditions you inherit, the expectations placed upon you. From birth, Society tells you who you are supposed to be. It gives you labels, man or woman, rich or poor, good or bad. These labels do not emerge from within you. They are imposed from the outside. Think about how ideas of identity have changed over time. Race, gender, class, even concepts like childhood and adulthood have not always meant the same thing. In one society, being a warrior is considered honorable. In another, it is seen as violent. In one era, certain behaviors are considered criminal. In another, they are accepted as normal. If identity were truly natural, why would it change across cultures and centuries? This challenges the idea of a true self. If identity is constructed, then it is fluid, not fixed. You are not just one thing. You are shaped by the stories, expectations, and structures around you. And if society creates identity, then it can also change it. You are not confined to the labels given to you. Identity is not something you discover. It is something you create. Justice is the will of the strong. Morality is dictated by those in power. Is justice about fairness, or is it just another form of control? Thrasymachus, a sophist philosopher in ancient Greece, argued that justice is nothing more than the will of the strong. It is not an eternal truth, but a tool used by those in power to maintain their dominance. In Plato's Republic, Thrasymachus makes a bold claim: might makes right. The laws of a society are not created to protect truth or morality. They are created by the ruling class to serve their own interests. In a dictatorship, justice serves the dictator. In a democracy, justice serves the ruling majority. What is called right or wrong is simply whatever benefits those in control. History supports this view. Powerful rulers have always shaped the definition of justice to fit their needs. Monarchs claimed divine right to rule, declaring rebellion to be immoral. Colonizers justified conquest as a civilizing mission. Governments make laws that protect their own power, while branding those who oppose them as criminals. Even modern legal systems, supposedly based on fairness, often reflect the biases of the wealthy and influential. This raises an unsettling question. Is there any such thing as real justice, or is it always a product of power? If Thrasymachus is right, then morality itself is just a game of influence. What we consider good or evil is not absolute. It is determined by whoever holds the most authority. Plato, through Socrates, challenges this idea, arguing that true justice must be based on reason and universal ethics. But Thrasymachus's cynicism remains relevant. If justice is defined by power, then seeking fairness is not just about arguing what is right. It is about questioning who gets to decide. Liberty over security. A society that sacrifices freedom for safety deserves neither. How much freedom would you be willing to give up for security? In times of crisis, governments often expand their powers, restricting individual rights in the name of protection. But John Locke, one of the most influential thinkers of the Enlightenment, argued that a society that willingly surrenders liberty for the illusion of safety is on a dangerous path, because once freedom is lost, it is rarely regained. Locke believed that natural rights, life, liberty, and property are the foundation of a just society. He saw government as a necessary evil, existing only to protect these rights, not to control them. But when a government begins to limit freedom under the excuse of security, it risks becoming oppressive. Power, once taken, is rarely returned. History proves this. Dictatorships often rise by promising protection from chaos, only to become the greatest source of danger themselves. This idea remains relevant today. Governments use terrorism, pandemics and crime as justifications for increasing surveillance, restricting speech, and expanding their control. But at what point does protection become control? If people willingly trade their freedom for security, they may wake up to find they have neither. Locke's warning is clear. A free society must always be skeptical of those who promise safety at the expense of liberty. Security matters, but freedom matters more. Without it, security is meaningless, because what is the point of being safe if you are not truly free? The social contract. Government exists only by the people's consent. Why do we follow laws? Why do we accept authority? If all humans are born free, what gives anyone the right to rule over others? Jean-Jacques Rousseau argued that government is not a divine right or a natural order. It exists only because the people allow it to exist. Rousseau's social contract is the foundation of modern democracy. He believed that individuals agree, either explicitly or implicitly, to give up some personal freedoms in exchange for a government that protects their rights. But this government does not have unlimited power. It must reflect the general will of the people. If it fails to serve them, they have the right to dissolve it. This was a radical idea. For centuries, kings and emperors claimed that they ruled by divine authority. Rousseau rejected this, arguing that no one has the right to rule unless the people choose to be governed. Power comes from the bottom up, not from the top down. However, Rousseau also warned that true freedom does not mean absolute individual liberty. It means collective self-rule. People must be actively involved in shaping their government, not just submitting to it. If they become passive, power will be taken from them. A government that no longer represents the will of the people is illegitimate, no matter how long it has been in power. This idea inspired revolutions, from the American to the French, and still defines modern democratic systems. But it also raises a challenge. If government exists by the consent of the governed, what happens when the people stop paying attention, when they stop questioning authority? Rousseau's message is clear. Freedom is not something you receive. It is something you must always fight to maintain. Power corrupts. Absolute power leads to absolute corruption. Why do leaders, no matter how well-intentioned, so often become corrupt? Lord Acton famously warned, "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely." The more control a person or group has, the more likely they are to misuse it, because power does not just reveal character, it changes it. History proves this over and over. From emperors and kings to modern politicians and corporate leaders, those with unchecked authority often become arrogant, greedy, and oppressive. They surround themselves with yes men, suppress dissent, and justify their actions as necessary for the greater good. Even the most moral individuals, once given absolute control, find themselves tempted by the ability to bend the rules in their favor. Power feeds on itself. The more of it a person gains, the less they believe they can be questioned. They start to believe they are above the rules. Corrupt leaders rarely begin their journey as villains. Many start with noble intentions. But once they realize they can take without consequence, once they feel untouchable, their priorities shift from serving others to preserving their own power. This is why systems of checks and balances are crucial. The best way to prevent corruption is to never allow absolute power in the first place. Whether in government, business, or even personal relationships, authority must always be questioned, distributed, and held accountable. Because history shows that even the strongest minds are not immune to the intoxicating effect of control. Alienation in capitalism. Workers become disconnected from the fruits of their labor. Why do so many people feel unfulfilled at work, even when they have jobs that pay well? Karl Marx argued that capitalism creates alienation, a deep disconnect between workers and the work they do. Under capitalism, people do not create for themselves. They produce for someone else, for profit, for a system that sees them as replaceable. In pre-industrial societies, a craftsman could take pride in their work. A shoemaker made an entire shoe, saw the final product, and knew it was their creation. But in modern capitalism, workers are reduced to fragments of a process. A factory worker assembles a single part of a product they will never own. An office employee fills out spreadsheets without seeing how their work contributes to anything meaningful. Labor becomes mechanical, repetitive, and impersonal. Marx saw this as alienation from labor. Workers become disconnected from the products they create, from the process of creation, and even from their own human potential. They work not because they find meaning in it, but because they need money to survive. As a result, work stops being a source of fulfillment. It becomes a means to an end, something endured rather than enjoyed. This alienation extends beyond just jobs. In a capitalist system, relationships are shaped by profit, people are valued by their productivity, and life becomes centered around survival rather than self-expression. Marx believed that true freedom would only come when workers controlled their own labor, when they created not for profit, but for themselves and their communities. Whether or not one agrees with Marx's vision of a post-capitalist world, his critique of alienation remains relevant. Many people today feel like cogs in a machine, disconnected from the purpose of their work. His question still lingers. Is a system that turns labor into something empty and meaningless truly the best we can do? Egoism as morality. Acting in self-interest benefits society. Is selfishness a virtue? Most moral philosophies teach that selflessness is good and that putting others before yourself is the highest moral ideal. But Ayn Rand, the founder of objectivism, argued the opposite. True morality is found in rational self-interest. She believed that acting in one's own best interests, without guilt, without sacrifice, creates a stronger, more productive society. Rand's philosophy is built on the idea that individuals should pursue their own happiness as their highest purpose. She rejected the idea that people exist to serve others or that morality requires self-sacrifice. To her, forcing someone to give up their time, effort, or wealth for others, whether through religion, government, or social pressure, was a form of moral slavery. True virtue comes from independence, self-reliance, and personal achievement. But how does this benefit society? Rand argued that when individuals focus on their own success, they create innovation, wealth, and progress. Entrepreneurs, artists, and inventors do not create out of duty. They create because they want to. A scientist does not make a breakthrough for charity, but for their own ambition. A business does not grow by giving things away, but by producing value. When people act in their own rational self-interest, they naturally contribute to a thriving society. This view challenges traditional ethics. Rand dismissed altruism as destructive, believing that placing others before oneself leads to stagnation, dependency, and mediocrity. She saw capitalism as the only system that rewards individual effort and punishes laziness. To her, the greatest crime is living for others instead of living for oneself. Critics argue that pure egoism leads to greed and exploitation. But Rand countered that rational self-interest is not recklessness or cruelty. It means creating value, trading fairly, and refusing to be a burden on others. She believed the world improves not through sacrifice, but through people striving to be their best selves. The question her philosophy leaves us with is this: is morality about serving others, or is it about fulfilling our own potential? The noble lie. Some myths are necessary to maintain order. What if the truth is dangerous? What if, instead of telling people the harsh realities of life, leaders should give them a noble lie, a myth that keeps society stable? Plato argued that some falsehoods are necessary to maintain order, protect the weak, and ensure people accept their roles in society. In the Republic, Plato describes an ideal society divided into three classes: rulers, warriors, and workers. He suggests that to keep this structure intact, leaders should promote a myth, the idea that people are born with different kinds of metals in their souls. Some have gold, rulers; some silver, warriors; and some bronze, workers. This lie convinces people that their social position is natural and that trying to change it would disrupt harmony. By believing in this divine order, people accept their place and work for the greater good rather than for personal ambition. This idea is unsettling. It suggests that truth is not always beneficial, that deception can sometimes serve a higher purpose. Throughout history, societies have used noble lies to maintain stability. Religions have offered promises of an afterlife to encourage moral behavior. Governments have crafted national myths to unify people. Economic systems tell people that if they work hard, they will succeed, even when that is not always true. Plato's concept raises deep ethical questions. If a lie creates peace, is it justified? If the truth leads to chaos, should it be hidden? Philosophers like Nietzsche later challenged this idea, arguing that people must confront harsh truths rather than be comforted by illusions. But even today, the noble lie is alive. Whether in politics, religion, or culture, myths continue to shape the way people see the world. The question remains: is truth always the highest good, or are some illusions necessary for society to function? Freedom is an illusion. Society limits individual will through conditioning. Are you truly free? Do you make your own choices, or have they been made for you by the invisible forces of society? Louis Althusser, a Marxist philosopher, argued that freedom is an illusion, not because people are physically controlled, but because they are shaped by powerful social structures that dictate what they believe, value, and desire. Althusser introduced the concept of ideological state apparatuses, institutions like schools, media, religion, and culture that subtly train people to accept the existing system. From birth, individuals are taught what is normal, what is right, and what is possible. These beliefs shape every decision they make, yet they rarely realize they have been conditioned to think this way. For example, people believe they choose their careers freely, but their choices are influenced by economic systems, social expectations, and cultural narratives. They believe their political views are independent, but these views are molded by education, media, and propaganda. Even personal desires, what we find attractive, what we aspire to, what we fear, are constructed by the society around us. This challenges the traditional idea of free will. If our thoughts, behaviors, and identities are shaped by external forces, then how much of our freedom is real? Althusser suggested that true liberation requires recognizing this conditioning and actively resisting it. But breaking free is difficult, because the system does not just control people, It convinces them they are already free. This leads to an unsettling question. If freedom is just a social construct, then what does it mean to be truly free? Democracy is the least bad system. No government is perfect, but democracy allows for change. All governments are flawed. Corruption, inefficiency, inequality. Every political system has its weaknesses. But as Winston Churchill famously said, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others that have been tried. No system is perfect, but democracy is the only one that allows for self-correction. Unlike monarchies, dictatorships, or authoritarian regimes, democracy is built on the idea that power comes from the people. It gives citizens the ability to vote, express their views, and hold leaders accountable. This does not mean it always works smoothly. Elections can be messy, politicians can be corrupt, and majorities can oppress minorities. But unlike other systems, democracy allows for change. If leaders fail, they can be replaced. If laws are unjust, they can be challenged. If society evolves, the government can adapt with it. The alternative is rule by force, where power is taken, not given. In authoritarian systems, leaders do not answer to the people, they control them. Without democracy, there is no peaceful way to remove bad rulers, no legal way to push for progress, no system for correcting mistakes. This does not mean democracy guarantees justice. Many democracies are plagued by inequality, misinformation, and manipulation. But it remains the best available system because it creates the possibility of improvement. Democracy does not promise a perfect society, but it gives people the tools to build a better one. Churchill's insight forces us to accept a hard truth. No government will ever be flawless. But if democracy is the only system that allows for correction, accountability, and progress, then despite its flaws, it is still humanity's best hope. Might does not make right. Just because one is strong does not mean one is just. Does power determine morality? Throughout history, rulers have justified their actions by claiming that strength itself is proof of righteousness. Conquerors, dictators, and tyrants have all believed that their ability to dominate others was enough to justify their rule. But Socrates, one of the greatest philosophers of ancient Greece, argued that power does not equal justice. Socrates believed that true justice is based on wisdom, virtue, and fairness, not force. Just because someone is stronger, richer, or more influential does not mean they are right. A king may command armies, but that does not make him morally superior. A politician may win votes, but that does not mean their policies are just. A dictator may rule with an iron fist, but that does not mean their authority is legitimate. This idea directly challenged thinkers like Thrasymachus, who argued that justice is simply the will of the strong. Socrates rejected this view, believing that morality must be based on reason, not brute force. If strength alone determined what was right, then society would be nothing more than a battlefield where the powerful always win, regardless of ethics. Socrates' philosophy remains relevant today. Many governments, corporations, and institutions justify their actions based on their ability to control, manipulate, or overpower others. But history shows that power without justice leads to collapse. Strength may win battles, but it does not win truth. Might can enforce laws, but it cannot create morality. Socrates' challenge is clear. Do we follow those who are powerful or those who are wise? The Tao cannot be spoken. True wisdom is beyond words. Can the deepest truths be put into words? Laozi, the founder of Taoism, believed that the ultimate reality, the Tao, is beyond human language. In the opening of the Tao Te Ching, he states, "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao." True wisdom cannot be fully explained. It can only be experienced. Taoism teaches that the universe flows according to an underlying natural order, the Tao, which cannot be grasped through logic or words. Language tries to define things, but the moment you define something, you limit it. The more you try to explain the Tao, the further you drift from understanding it. Just as describing the taste of water can never replace drinking it, intellectual discussion about the Tao can never replace living in harmony with it. This idea challenges how humans typically seek knowledge. We rely on books, debates, and teachings to understand the world, but Taoism suggests that real wisdom is not found in philosophy. It is found in being present, in observing nature, in flowing with life rather than controlling it. Trying to grasp the Tao is like trying to catch the wind in your hands. The harder you try, the more it slips away. This is why Taoism emphasizes simplicity, intuition, and Wu Wei, effortless action. Instead of overanalyzing, we should feel our way through life, trusting in the natural flow of things. The Tao is not something you study, it is something you live. Lao Tzu's words serve as a reminder. Not all wisdom can be spoken. Some truths can only be known in silence. Harmony with nature. Humans should align with the natural order. Modern life is built on control, control over nature, control over people, control over outcomes. But Taoism teaches the opposite. True peace comes not from resisting the natural order, but from aligning with it. The universe flows in a constant rhythm, the movement of rivers, the change of seasons, the growth of trees. The more we try to force things, the more we create suffering. The more we flow with life, the more we find balance. Taoism sees nature as the ultimate teacher. Water, for example, is soft and yielding, yet it carves through mountains. It does not resist obstacles, it flows around them. The Taoist sage learns to live like water, moving effortlessly through life, adapting without resistance, finding the easiest path rather than forcing their way. This idea is captured in the concept of Wu Wei, or effortless action. It does not mean doing nothing. It means acting in harmony with the way things naturally unfold. A farmer who fights the seasons will struggle, but one who plants at the right time will prosper. A person who forces relationships or success will suffer, but one who moves with the rhythm of life will find things falling into place. Taoism teaches that many of humanity's problems come from separating ourselves from nature. Cities, technology, and rigid rules make us believe we are separate from the world, but we are not. The more we recognize our connection to nature, the more we let go of unnecessary stress and control. The Tao reminds us, stop fighting the current, flow with it. Nature already knows the way. Detachment from ego. The self is the root of suffering. Who are you? Your name, your status, your thoughts. Do these things define you? Hinduism and Buddhism teach that clinging to the self is the root of suffering. The more you attach to your ego, your desires, your identity, your possessions, the more you create suffering for yourself. True peace comes from detachment, from realizing that the self is an illusion. In Hinduism, this is the idea of Atman, the true self that is beyond the ego. Beneath all the labels and desires, there is a deeper, unchanging awareness that is connected to the entire universe. The more you attach to your personal identity, the more you separate yourself from this universal truth. Buddhism expands on this with anatta, the doctrine of no self. The Buddha taught that what we call the self is just a collection of changing thoughts, emotions, and experiences. There is no fixed identity, only impermanence. Yet people suffer because they cling to their idea of me and mine. They crave status, they fear loss, they chase pleasure, all because they believe in an independent self that must be protected and satisfied. But when you let go of the ego, suffering fades. You stop taking things personally. You stop fearing change. You stop grasping for things that do not last. Instead, you move through life with ease, recognizing that you are not separate from the world. You are part of it. Detachment does not mean indifference. It means freedom. A person who is detached from the ego can still love, create, and experience joy, but they do so without attachment, without the constant fear of loss. The teachings of Hinduism and Buddhism remind us, the more you let go of I, the more you discover peace. The soundless sound. The deepest truths are felt, not spoken. Can truth be put into words? Zen Buddhism teaches that the deepest understanding of life cannot be expressed through language. It must be experienced directly. Words are useful, but they are only symbols pointing toward reality, not containing it. The more you try to explain something like love, consciousness, or enlightenment, the further you get from truly understanding it. This is why Zen masters often use paradoxes, silence, or even sudden actions like striking their students to provoke direct realization. Instead of answering with explanations, they offer koans, riddles that defy logic, forcing the mind to go beyond words. One famous koan asks, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" The answer is not something you say, it is something you must realize. In Zen, truth is like the soundless sound, the silence beneath all noise, the awareness behind all thoughts. You do not reach enlightenment by thinking more, reading more, or debating more. You reach it by letting go of the need to put everything into words and simply being. This idea is why meditation plays such a key role in Zen practice. Instead of analyzing life, you sit in stillness, quieting the mind until truth reveals itself, not through explanations, but through direct experience. The moment you stop grasping for answers, the answers come to you. The deepest truths cannot be spoken, only felt. Illusion of duality. Opposites are merely perspectives. Is light separate from darkness? Is good separate from evil? Are you truly separate from the world around you? Advaita Vedanta, a school of Hindu philosophy, teaches that all dualities, right and wrong, self and other, life and death, are illusions. Everything is ultimately one. We experience the world in opposites because that is how the mind organizes reality. We think in terms of contrast, hot versus cold, pleasure versus pain, success versus failure. But Advaita Vedanta teaches that these opposites do not truly exist. They are just different perspectives of the same underlying reality. Imagine a wave in the ocean. It rises, it falls, it crashes, it disappears. From one perspective, the wave seems like its own thing, separate from the rest of the water. But in reality, the wave is the ocean. It was never separate. It only appeared that way for a moment. The same is true for you. You are not separate from the universe. You are part of it, always connected, always flowing. This philosophy leads to non-duality, the idea that all things are interconnected, that nothing exists in isolation. The ego creates the illusion of separation, convincing you that you are a distinct individual. But once you see beyond this illusion, suffering fades. There is no need to struggle against life, no need to cling to one side of a duality, because all sides are part of the same whole. Advaita Vedanta challenges you to ask, are the divisions I see in the world real, or are they just illusions created by my mind? When you dissolve the illusion of duality, you stop seeing life in terms of conflict. You stop chasing and resisting. You realize that everything, good and bad, joy and sorrow, self and other, is just different expressions of the same ultimate reality. And in that realization, you find peace. Compassion as strength. True power comes from kindness. Most people associate strength with dominance, control, or the ability to impose one's will on others. But the Dalai Lama, echoing the teachings of Buddhism, teaches that true power does not come from force. It comes from compassion. Compassion is often mistaken for weakness. Society tells us that to succeed, we must be ruthless, competitive, and self-serving. But real strength is not in overpowering others. It is in understanding them, in choosing kindness even when it is difficult. A leader who rules with fear may control people temporarily, but a leader who rules with compassion earns loyalty and respect that lasts. Compassion is not passive. It requires courage. It means seeing the suffering of others and choosing to help rather than ignore. It means responding to anger with patience, to cruelty with understanding, to injustice with action. The strongest people are not those who strike back, but those who rise above. Buddhism teaches that suffering comes from attachment, to ego, to desires, to control. Compassion allows us to transcend this suffering by shifting our focus outward. When we stop seeing others as threats or competitors and start seeing them as fellow beings on the same journey, we no longer need to win against them. We realize that lifting others up does not make us weaker, it makes us greater. The Dalai Lama's message is simple but revolutionary. Kindness is not submission, it is power. And in a world filled with conflict, it is the only power that can truly heal. Silence holds truth. The greatest wisdom is often wordless. In a world obsessed with words, debates, explanations, endless streams of information, Zen Buddhism teaches the opposite. Silence is often the highest form of wisdom. The greatest truths cannot be spoken because words are limited. They categorize, divide, and define. But reality is beyond definition. Words can describe love, but they cannot make you feel it. Words can explain enlightenment, but they cannot make you experience it. Zen masters say that the more you try to express truth, the further you move from it. This is why Zen teaching often relies on paradoxes, gestures, and silence instead of logical arguments. A student may ask, "What is the nature of reality?" And the master might simply sit in silence. This is not evasion, it is an invitation. The student must go beyond words, beyond the rational mind, and directly experience truth. Silence is also the foundation of meditation. In stillness, without distraction, the mind stops chasing after explanations and simply sees. The constant noise of thoughts fades, and in that quiet space, wisdom naturally arises. Zen teaches that words are like fingers pointing at the moon. They can guide you, but they are not the moon itself. To truly know, you must look beyond language, beyond intellect, and into the silent presence of existence itself. The lesson is clear. Stop talking, stop searching, just be. The truth is already there, in the silence. Do not seek enlightenment. The pursuit itself is an illusion. Most spiritual traditions speak of enlightenment as a goal, something to be reached through years of effort, meditation, and discipline. But Bodhidharma, the legendary founder of Zen Buddhism, taught that the very act of seeking enlightenment is what keeps you from realizing it. The more you chase it, the further away it gets. Why? Because enlightenment is not something you attain. It is not a treasure hidden at the top of a mountain, nor a prize earned through struggle. It is simply seeing reality as it is, without illusion. But the moment you begin seeking, you create the illusion that you are separate from it. You imagine enlightenment as something outside yourself, something distant, when in truth, it is already here, right now. Bodhidharma taught that all beings are already enlightened. The only difference between an awakened person and an ordinary one is that the awakened person realizes it, while the ordinary person is caught in the illusion that they are incomplete. The search for enlightenment itself becomes the final barrier, because to search is to assume that you lack something. Zen uses this paradox to shock students into awakening. A master may tell a student, "Stop looking for enlightenment. You already are what you seek." The student may struggle to understand, but the moment they stop struggling, the truth becomes clear. It was never about effort. It was about seeing what was always there. Bodhidharma's lesson is simple yet radical. You cannot become enlightened because you already are. The only thing you must do is stop trying, stop searching, and simply wake up. All things return to the One. Multiplicity is an illusion. All is one. We see a world of separate things, people, animals, objects, ideas. We see ourselves as distinct individuals, moving through a universe that is separate from us. But Taoist thought teaches that this division is an illusion. Beneath the appearance of multiplicity, all things are one. The Tao, the ultimate source of all existence, is not divided into parts. It flows through everything, mountains, rivers, stars, and humans, without distinction. Like waves in the ocean, things may appear separate, but they all come from the same source and eventually return to it. The wave is never separate from the ocean. It simply rises and falls, appearing for a moment before dissolving back into the whole. Taoism teaches that suffering comes from believing in separation, thinking that we are isolated beings, that we must struggle against the world, that we must conquer, compete, or control. But the truth is that we are part of a vast, interconnected web of existence. Nothing stands alone. Everything is a manifestation of the same underlying reality. This realization is not just philosophical, it is deeply practical. When we stop seeing ourselves as separate, we stop fighting against life. We stop clinging to labels, identities, and divisions. We move with the flow of existence rather than against it. We recognize that birth and death, gain and loss, self and other, are just different forms of the same unbroken whole. Taoism invites us to let go of the illusion of separation. Instead of grasping at things, trying to control life, or resisting change, we simply return to the One, moving with the Tao as effortlessly as a river flowing to the sea. In the end, everything that appears separate is just the One, temporarily taking different forms before returning home. Meditation is non-doing. Trying too hard defeats the purpose. People often approach meditation as if it were a task, something to achieve, a skill to master through effort and discipline. But Chan Buddhism, the precursor to Zen, teaches that meditation is not about doing anything at all. In fact, the more you try, the more you fail. True meditation is simply non-doing. In Chan practice, meditation is not about forcing the mind to be quiet or struggling to reach enlightenment. It is about allowing, allowing thoughts to come and go without attachment, allowing the body to be still without strain, allowing awareness to settle naturally. The moment you start trying to meditate, you create effort, tension, and resistance, which only pulls you further away from true stillness. Imagine trying to calm the surface of a pond by splashing at it. The more effort you make, the more ripples you create. But if you simply step back and wait, the water naturally becomes still. The mind works the same way. Instead of forcing thoughts away, instead of chasing after some imagined perfect state, meditation is about letting go. Chan masters often say, just sit, nothing more, no goal, no expectation, no striving, just be. Because true meditation is not about reaching somewhere, it is about realizing you were already there. What if we are in a dream? How can we distinguish waking life from a dream? How do you know this moment is real? How can you be sure you are awake and not dreaming? Both René Descartes and the ancient Taoist philosopher Zhuangzi questioned the nature of reality, suggesting that what we call waking life might just be another illusion. Descartes, in his radical skepticism, imagined that he might be dreaming at any given moment. In dreams, things feel real until you wake up. But if dreams can fool you, what proof do you have that waking life is any different? Could it be that you have never truly woken up? Zhuangzi took this idea even further. He once dreamed he was a butterfly, freely drifting through the air. When he woke up, he wondered, was I Zhuangzi dreaming of being a butterfly, or am I now a butterfly dreaming of being Zhuangzi? If we can mistake dreams for reality, then what is reality really? These questions challenge our assumptions about existence. If reality is just a set of perceptions, and perceptions can be false, then what we take for granted as real may be nothing more than another layer of illusion. Some philosophers have suggested that the only true awakening is enlightenment, the realization that the self and the world are not what they seem. This leads to an unsettling yet liberating thought. What if everything you experience is just a dream? And if that is the case, what would you do differently? If nothing is as real as it seems, then perhaps the only thing that truly matters is how you experience it. The ship of Theseus. If all parts are replaced, is it the same thing? What makes something itself? If you replace every part of an object, does it remain the same object, or does it become something entirely new? This is the ship of Theseus paradox, a classic philosophical thought experiment that challenges the nature of identity. Imagine an ancient ship, the ship of Theseus, preserved in a museum. Over time, its wooden planks begin to rot and are replaced one by one. Eventually, every single plank, nail, and sail is replaced with new material. Now ask, is this still the ship of Theseus? Now, take the question further. Suppose someone collected all the old, discarded pieces and rebuilt the ship using the original materials. Which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one with all new parts, or the one reconstructed from the old ones? This paradox applies not only to objects, but to people. Your body is constantly changing. Cells die and regenerate, memories fade, and experiences reshape who you are. Over time, you become a completely different person, physically and mentally. So, are you still you, or are you an entirely new person every moment? The ship of Theseus forces us to question whether identity is tied to material continuity or conceptual continuity. Is something defined by its components or by the idea of what it is? This paradox has implications for everything from personal identity to artificial intelligence. If a person's brain were gradually replaced by synthetic parts, at what point would they stop being human? The deeper you explore this question, the more you realize that identity, whether of objects, people, or even consciousness, is far more fluid than it seems. Being in the world. Existence is not just thinking, but acting. What does it mean to exist? René Descartes famously claimed, "I think, therefore I am." But Martin Heidegger rejected this view. He argued that existence is not just about thinking, it is about acting, experiencing, and being engaged with the world. Heidegger introduced the concept of Dasein, or being there, to describe human existence. Unlike traditional philosophy, which treats humans as detached minds observing reality, Heidegger saw humans as embedded in the world. We are not isolated thinkers, we are beings in the world, shaped by our environment, relationships, and actions. Think about it. You do not just exist by thinking about life. You exist by living it, by making choices, by interacting with others, by working, loving, struggling, and experiencing. A person who sits in a room thinking all day is not truly being in the full sense, because existence is something that unfolds through doing. This challenges the way we think about knowledge and meaning. Instead of seeking truth in abstract ideas, Heidegger believed that meaning emerges through experience. We do not find purpose in distant philosophical theories. We find it in the way we engage with life. His philosophy also warns against living passively. Many people drift through life in what Heidegger called inauthentic existence, simply following routines and societal expectations without questioning them. True existence requires awareness, actively shaping your life rather than letting it shape you. Heidegger's message is clear. You are not just a mind floating in space, you are a being in the world. And your existence is defined not by what you think, but by how you live. Free will is an illusion. Our choices are shaped by unseen forces. Are you truly in control of your actions, or are your choices determined by forces beyond your awareness? Determinists argue that free will is an illusion, that every decision you make is shaped by prior causes, whether they be biological, psychological, social, or even cosmic. Consider this. Why did you wake up at a certain time today? Why did you choose one career over another? Why do you have the beliefs you do? You may feel like you freely made these choices, but each one was influenced by your genetics, upbringing, past experiences, and external circumstances. If everything you do is the result of factors outside your control, then can you really say you chose anything? Determinism challenges the traditional idea of moral responsibility. If criminals commit crimes due to brain chemistry, childhood trauma, or societal conditioning, can they truly be held responsible? If success is largely determined by the environment and luck, can people truly take full credit for their achievements? These questions force us to rethink concepts of justice, ethics, and personal identity. Neuroscience adds further weight to this idea. Studies show that brain activity predicting a decision can be detected before a person consciously chooses something. This suggests that decisions are made at a subconscious level before we even become aware of them. But if free will is an illusion, does that mean life is meaningless? Not necessarily. Some philosophers argue that even if our actions are determined, awareness of this fact allows us to reshape the conditions influencing us. Recognizing the limits of free will can lead to greater empathy, less judgment, and a deeper understanding of human nature. The question remains, if you are not the true author of your choices, then who or what is. The universe might be a simulation. Reality could be artificially generated. What if everything you see, hear, and experience is not real? What if the universe itself is just an advanced simulation created by a higher intelligence? This is the simulation hypothesis, famously proposed by philosopher Nick Bostrom, which suggests that our reality might be nothing more than an artificial program running on an advanced computer. The argument is based on probabilities. If a civilization becomes advanced enough to create hyper-realistic simulations, it is likely that they would run many simulations, perhaps billions. If that is the case, then statistically speaking, it is far more likely that we are in one of those simulations rather than in the single, original universe. Consider video games. Decades ago, they were pixelated and primitive. Now, they can simulate vast, immersive worlds with artificial intelligence that reacts and adapts. If technology continues to improve, there may come a point where simulated beings inside a game believe they are real. If we are already heading toward this level of technology, then who is to say it has not already happened before? Some physicists believe there may be evidence for this theory. The fundamental laws of physics, such as the speed of light and quantum mechanics, seem suspiciously mathematical, as if they were programmed rules. Certain irregularities in the cosmic microwave background, the afterglow of the Big Bang, could be interpreted as signs of a digital grid, similar to pixels in a computer-generated world. If this is true, it raises profound questions. Who or what created the simulation? Why was it made? Are we experiments, entertainment, or something else entirely? And if we are in a simulation, can we ever escape it? While there is no definitive proof that we are living in a simulation, the idea forces us to question the nature of reality itself. If everything we know could be an illusion, then what is real? Or, as Elon Musk once put it, the odds that we are in base reality are 1 in billions. Time is an illusion. What if all moments exist simultaneously? We experience time as a flow, past fading behind us, the present unfolding now, and the future waiting ahead. But what if this perception is an illusion? Albert Einstein's theory of relativity and the block universe. Theory suggests that time does not actually pass. Instead, all moments already exist, fixed and unchanging. Einstein showed that time is not an absolute constant, but is relative to speed and gravity. A person traveling at near light speed will experience time more slowly than someone on Earth. This means that there is no universal now. What is present for one observer may be the past or future for another. From this, physicists have developed the block universe theory, which proposes that time is like a vast, unchanging structure where all events, past, present, and future, exist simultaneously. Imagine a film reel. Each frame of the movie exists at once, but we only experience them one at a time. The same may be true for time itself. You feel like you are moving through time, but in reality, every moment, your birth, this exact second, your death, already exists somewhere in the structure of space-time. This idea challenges everything we assume about free will and change. If the future already exists, is choice just an illusion? If time does not truly move, then what does it mean to live in the present? Some interpretations suggest that consciousness itself is what gives the illusion of movement through time, like a flashlight scanning across a frozen landscape. If time is an illusion, then past regrets and future anxieties may be meaningless, because in the grand scheme, all things are already happening. The question then becomes, If every moment is eternal, how should we live within it? The self is a construct. There is no core you, just a collection of experiences. Who are you? You might answer with your name, your memories, or your personality traits. But what if you do not really exist? Buddhism and modern neuroscience both suggest that the self is not a fixed, independent entity. It is merely a collection of experiences, thoughts, and perceptions constantly changing over time. Buddhism teaches anatta, or no self, the idea that there is no unchanging essence behind who you are. The body changes. The mind changes. The thoughts you had 10 years ago are not the same as the ones you have now. Even your personality shifts depending on context. If every part of you is constantly in flux, then what exactly is the real you? Neuroscience supports this idea. Studies show that the brain does not store a single continuous self, but instead constructs an illusion of identity moment by moment. Split brain experiments, in which the connection between brain hemispheres is severed, reveal that different parts of the brain can hold different selves simultaneously. Damage to the brain can alter a person's identity completely, further proving that the self is not a singular, unchanging entity. This realization is both unsettling and liberating. If the self is an illusion, then suffering caused by ego, pride, fear, attachment loses its grip. You are not a fixed identity trapped in a body. You are a process, an ever-changing flow of consciousness. Buddhist practice encourages embracing this truth, letting go of attachment to a rigid self, and realizing that identity is not something to hold on to, but something to observe and release. Neuroscience echoes this, suggesting that recognizing the fluidity of identity can lead to greater mental flexibility and well-being. If there is no fixed you, then the question arises, if you are not the thinker of your thoughts, nor the owner of your experiences, then who or what are you? Multiple worlds. Theory. Every choice creates a new reality. What if every decision you make splits reality into different paths, creating parallel worlds where every possibility plays out? According to Hugh Everett's many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, this is not just science fiction, it may be the true nature of reality. In quantum physics, particles exist in a state of superposition, meaning they can be in multiple states at once, until observed, at which point they collapse into a definite outcome. But Everett proposed that instead of collapsing, the universe splits into multiple versions of itself, each representing a different outcome. If you flip a coin, in one universe it lands heads, in another it lands tails. If you choose one career, another version of you exists in a parallel world where you made a different choice. This means that every possible version of reality exists. A universe where you won the lottery, one where you never existed, one where dinosaurs never went extinct. Every possibility is real, just unfolding in a separate branch of existence. If this theory is true, it changes everything. Regret becomes meaningless. Every choice you didn't make is still being lived out somewhere. Death is no longer an ultimate end. There are infinite versions of you still existing in other worlds. Fate, as we know it, dissolves because every path is taken somewhere. But if infinite versions of reality exist, what does that mean for meaning and identity? Are you still you if infinite versions of yourself are living out different possibilities? And if every outcome happens, does choice even matter? The many worlds. Theory forces us to reconsider the very nature of existence, suggesting that reality is far stranger and far more infinite than we ever imagined. Death is nothing to fear. Non-existence before birth was not painful. Why fear it after? Why do we fear death? Epicurus, one of the great philosophers of ancient Greece, argued that death is nothing, and because it is nothing, we have nothing to fear. His reasoning was simple. Before you were born, you did not exist. There was no pain, no suffering, no awareness of time. You were not waiting to be born, nor did you experience any distress over your non-existence. So why should death be any different? If you did not suffer before you existed, you will not suffer after you exist. Epicurus rejected the idea that death is something to be dreaded. He saw fear of death as irrational, something based on illusion rather than reason. Most people fear death not because of what it is, but because of how they imagine it, picturing themselves trapped in darkness, missing out on life. But Epicurus reminds us that death is not an experience at all. Once you die, there is no you left to feel regret, pain, or loss. This philosophy frees us from anxiety. If death is nothing, then the only thing that matters is life itself. Epicurus taught that the key to a good life is focusing on simple pleasures, friendship, knowledge, and peace of mind, rather than worrying about what happens after we are gone. His question challenges us. Why fear what you will never experience? If death is merely the return to the nothingness from which we came, then perhaps the wisest thing we can do is not fear it, but embrace life fully while we have it. Why is there something rather than nothing? The greatest mystery of all. Why does the universe exist? Why is there something instead of nothing? This question, famously posed by the philosopher Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, remains one of the deepest mysteries in philosophy and cosmology. Leibniz believed that everything must have a reason for existing. This is known as the principle of sufficient reason. If something exists, there must be a cause or explanation for it. But when we apply this to everything, we reach an unsettling question. Why does existence itself exist? Why does reality happen instead of simply never beginning? Science attempts to answer this question, but every answer leads to more questions. If the universe was created by the Big Bang, what caused the Big Bang? If something existed before it, what caused that? If the laws of physics brought everything into being, what created the laws of physics? Some theories suggest that the universe emerged from a quantum fluctuation, but this still does not answer why the quantum field exists at all. Some have turned to God as the answer, claiming that a necessary being must exist to explain existence itself. But this leads to another question. Why does God exist rather than nothing? If everything requires an explanation, does God not require one too? This question shakes the foundation of all knowledge. It forces us to confront the limits of human understanding. Perhaps the question itself is flawed. Maybe nothing was never a possibility to begin with. Or maybe the true answer is beyond our comprehension. But one thing is clear. The fact that we exist at all is the greatest mystery of all. You cannot step in the same river twice. Everything is in constant flux. Everything changes. Nothing stays the same. Not people, not the world, not even the self. Heraclitus, an ancient Greek philosopher, captured this truth with his famous statement, "You cannot step into the same river twice." At first, this seems simple. A river is always flowing, always moving. The water you stepped into a moment ago has already drifted away. But Heraclitus meant something deeper. Everything in life is in constant flux. The world around you is shifting. The cells in your body are dying and regenerating. Your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs are always evolving. Even your identity is not fixed. It is shaped by experience, time, and change. People often resist this truth. We cling to stability, trying to hold on to the past, to who we were, to things that feel permanent. But nothing is permanent. Relationships change, societies shift, even mountains erode over time. The illusion of permanence causes suffering, because we try to grasp what cannot be held. Heraclitus did not see this constant change as chaos, but as the natural order of existence. To live wisely is to flow with change rather than resist it. Instead of fearing loss, we embrace transformation. Instead of clinging to a past self, we allow ourselves to grow. Instead of seeing endings, we see beginnings. His teaching is both a warning and a liberation. Life is not something to be controlled. It is something to be experienced, moment by moment, always in motion, like a river that never stops flowing. The meaning of life is to give life meaning. There is no single purpose. Create your own. What is the purpose of life? Is there some grand, universal meaning waiting to be discovered, or is meaning something we must create for ourselves? Existentialist philosophers such as Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus argued that life has no inherent purpose unless we give it one. Many seek meaning in religion, tradition, or societal expectations, believing that life must have a built-in reason for existence. But existentialism challenges this idea. Sartre famously declared, "Existence precedes essence," meaning that humans are not born with a predefined purpose. We exist first, and only then do we shape who we are. This can feel terrifying. If there is no ultimate meaning, does that mean life is pointless? Existentialists call this the absurd, the realization that life has no given purpose, yet we continue searching for one. But rather than despair, they saw this as freedom. If life has no set meaning, then you have the power to define your own. Camus compared life to the myth of Sisyphus, the man condemned to roll a boulder up a hill for eternity. At first, this seems like a symbol of meaningless suffering, but Camus argued that Sisyphus is free because he can choose to find meaning in his struggle. Likewise, we can choose to find meaning in love, art, knowledge, relationships, or any pursuit that resonates with us. This philosophy forces us to take responsibility for our own existence. If no higher power or grand cosmic plan defines us, then it is up to us to create a life that feels meaningful. The question is not, what is the meaning of life? But rather, what meaning will you give to your life? The greatest wisdom is knowing you know nothing. Humility leads to knowledge. How do you know what is true? How can you be sure of your beliefs, your opinions, your knowledge? Socrates, one of the most influential philosophers in history, taught that true wisdom does not come from knowing everything. It comes from recognizing how little you actually know. When the Oracle of Delphi declared that Socrates was the wisest man in Athens, he was baffled. He did not consider himself particularly knowledgeable. But after questioning the so-called wise men of Athens, politicians, poets, and craftsmen, he realized that while they thought they knew everything, their confidence was based on illusions. Unlike them, Socrates understood that his knowledge was limited. This is what made him truly wise. This idea remains just as powerful today. People are quick to assume they know the truth, but much of what we believe is shaped by bias, incomplete information, and assumptions. The greatest barrier to learning is thinking you already have all the answers. Intellectual arrogance closes the door to growth, while humility keeps it open. Socrates practiced philosophical inquiry, constantly questioning, testing, and challenging ideas. He encouraged people to examine their own beliefs, not to prove themselves right, but to uncover deeper truths. He taught that wisdom is not about having answers, but about asking better questions. This lesson is crucial in a world filled with misinformation, rigid ideologies, and people unwilling to challenge their own views. The moment we believe we know it all, we stop learning. Socrates reminds us, the wisest person is not the one who has all the answers, but the one who never stops questioning. The universe is not separate from you. You are the cosmos experiencing itself. What if you are not just in the universe, but of the universe? Pantheism, an ancient philosophical and spiritual belief, teaches that everything, every star, every atom, every thought, is part of a single, interconnected whole. There is no distinction between you and the cosmos because you are the cosmos experiencing itself. This idea challenges the way we normally see the world. We tend to think of ourselves as separate from nature, as individuals navigating a vast and external universe. But what if the separation is an illusion? Science already confirms that the elements in your body, carbon, oxygen, iron, were forged in ancient stars billions of years ago. The very matter that makes up your being was once part of galaxies, supernovas, and the deep fabric of the cosmos. You are not separate from the universe. You are the universe in human form. Pantheism is found in many traditions. Taoism teaches that everything flows from the Tao, the source of all existence. Hinduism speaks of Brahman, the ultimate reality of which all things are merely expressions. Spinoza, a philosopher who deeply influenced modern thought, argued that God and nature are one and the same, that the universe itself is divine, and that by understanding nature, we understand the sacred. If this is true, then our sense of individuality is only temporary, a fleeting perspective within an eternal whole. The implications are profound. Fear fades when you realize you are not just a small, fragile being, but a vast and timeless part of existence itself. Death is no longer an end, but a transformation. Just as a wave does not end when it crashes, it simply returns to the ocean. The lesson of pantheism is simple but profound. You are not an observer of the universe. You are the universe, momentarily looking at itself through human eyes. The journey never ends. Wisdom is an endless pursuit, not a destination. Is there a final answer to life's great questions? Can a person ever truly say they have reached complete wisdom? The ancient practice of philosophy, from Socrates to modern thinkers, suggests otherwise. Wisdom is not a place you arrive at. It is an endless journey. Many people seek certainty, hoping to one day figure it all out. But the more you learn, the more you realize how little you know. True wisdom is not found in having all the answers, but in continuously questioning, refining, and deepening your understanding. Socrates' famous declaration, "The only true wisdom is knowing that you know nothing," reminds us that no matter how much knowledge we gain, there will always be more mysteries beyond our grasp. Philosophy in its truest form is not just an intellectual exercise, it is a way of life. The Stoics taught that wisdom must be lived, not just studied. The Taoists urged people to flow with life, always learning from experience. Existentialists like Camus and Sartre embraced the idea that meaning is not something found, but something created, step by step. If wisdom were a destination, it would mean there is an end to growth. But life itself is change, constant learning, adapting, and evolving. There is no final enlightenment, No moment when all questions disappear. Instead, there is only the next step, the next realization, the next challenge. This perspective is liberating. If wisdom is a journey, there is no pressure to arrive. There is no failure, only progress. The only mistake is to stop questioning, to stop seeking, to believe you have already learned all there is to know. Philosophy reminds us, the search for truth is never finished, the path never ends, and that is the beauty of it. The paradox of choice. Too many options can lead to anxiety and dissatisfaction. We often assume that more choices mean more freedom, and that more freedom leads to greater happiness. But what if having too many choices actually makes us more anxious, less satisfied, and less capable of making decisions? This is the paradox of choice, a modern philosophical insight developed by psychologist Barry Schwartz. In a world of endless options, careers, relationships, products, lifestyles, we should feel more empowered than ever. Yet studies show that too many choices overwhelm us. Faced with hundreds of possibilities, we experience decision paralysis, afraid of making the wrong choice. And even when we do choose, we often feel unsatisfied, constantly wondering if we could have chosen better. Schwartz explains that modern society promotes the illusion that the perfect choice exists, whether it's the ideal job, partner, or way of life. This creates unrealistic expectations. When reality does not match the imagined best possible outcome, dissatisfaction follows. More choices do not guarantee more happiness. They often create more doubt, regret, and stress. Minimalism and Stoic philosophy offer a counter-approach. Reduce unnecessary choices. Instead of seeking the perfect option, seek the one that is good enough. Accepting imperfection, setting boundaries, and simplifying decisions can lead to greater peace of mind. The paradox of choice reminds us, happiness is not found in having infinite options. It is found in being at peace with the choices we make. Suffering is optional. Pain is inevitable, but suffering comes from resistance. Life is full of pain, illness, loss, disappointment, aging. These things are unavoidable. But Buddhism teaches that while pain is inevitable, suffering is optional. The difference? Pain is what happens. Suffering is how we respond. When we resist pain, when we wish it were not happening, when we dwell on it, when we fight against reality, we create suffering. The mind clings to expectations. This shouldn't be happening. Life should be different. This resistance magnifies pain, turning it into prolonged suffering. Imagine a person stuck in traffic. The traffic itself is the pain. It is unavoidable. But frustration, anger, stress, those come from resistance. Accepting the moment rather than fighting it allows peace even in discomfort. The same applies to all of life's struggles. Buddhist teachings emphasize mindfulness and acceptance. Instead of denying pain, observe it. Instead of running from discomfort, sit with it. When suffering arises, ask, am I resisting reality? Letting go of resistance does not mean giving up. It means freeing yourself from unnecessary suffering. This teaching is not about avoiding pain, but about changing our relationship with it. When we stop resisting, pain loses its grip. Hardships remain, but they no longer control us. The mind finds peace not by eliminating struggle, but by allowing it to exist without unnecessary suffering. The lesson is clear. Pain is a fact of life. Suffering is a choice. You do not see the world as it is, but as you are. Perception is shaped by personal experiences and biases. Do you see reality objectively, or do you see a version of it shaped by your own mind? Immanuel Kant, along with modern psychology and Eastern philosophy, argued that we do not see the world as it truly is, but as our minds interpret it. Every person filters reality through their own experiences, emotions, beliefs, and biases. The same event can be seen in completely different ways by different people. A rainy day might feel peaceful to one person and depressing to another, not because the rain itself is different, but because their perception of it is. Two people watching the same political speech can walk away with opposite conclusions, not because the words changed, but because their minds interpreted them differently. Kant called this the difference between the noumenal world, reality as it actually is, and the phenomenal world, reality as we experience it. We can never access pure reality because everything we perceive is shaped by our senses, thoughts, and cognitive structures. Modern neuroscience confirms this. Our brains filter out vast amounts of information, filling in gaps based on past experiences. What we see is not reality. It is our version of reality. Eastern wisdom, particularly in Buddhism, teaches the same idea. The mind creates its own suffering by attaching to interpretations rather than seeing things as they truly are. If perception is shaped by the mind, then changing the mind can change our experience of life. This insight is powerful. If our view of the world is shaped by our inner state, then by changing ourselves, we change the world we experience. Awareness of this truth allows us to question our assumptions, challenge our biases, and ultimately see more clearly. Reality is not fixed. It is a mirror of the mind that observes it. The myth of Sisyphus. Even a meaningless life can be lived with dignity and joy. If life has no inherent meaning, should we despair? Albert Camus, a philosopher of absurdism, argued that even in a meaningless universe, life can be lived with dignity, strength, and even joy. He explored this idea through the myth of Sisyphus. In Greek mythology, Sisyphus was condemned by the gods to roll a massive boulder up a hill, only to have it roll back down every time he reached the top. This was his eternal punishment, endless, pointless labor. But Camus saw something profound in this image. Sisyphus is us. We all push our own boulders, working jobs, dealing with struggles, facing the inevitability of death, only to start over again, day after day. For Camus, the question was not how to escape meaninglessness, but how to embrace it. If life has no preordained purpose, then we are free to create our own meaning. Sisyphus, despite his absurd fate, can still find joy. He can take control of his situation by accepting it fully, choosing to face his struggle without despair. This idea transforms how we see life. We often search for some grand external purpose, believing that without it, life is empty. But Camus teaches that life does not need external meaning to be lived fully. Meaning is not something found. It is something made, moment by moment, in the act of living itself. The lesson of Sisyphus is a challenge to us all. Even if life is absurd, even if the universe is indifferent, we can still choose to live with passion, defiance, and joy. And in that choice, we become free. The observer changes the observed. Consciousness influences reality. Does reality exist independently of you, or does your observation change it? Quantum mechanics suggests something astonishing. The act of observing affects what is observed. This idea, rooted in the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and the famous double-slit experiment, challenges the very nature of reality itself. In quantum physics, Particles exist in a state of superposition, meaning they occupy multiple possibilities at once. But the moment they are measured or observed, they collapse into a single, definite state. This means that before observation, reality is uncertain. It exists in a cloud of probabilities. But when we look, we force the universe to take a specific form. This raises profound questions. If particles behave differently when observed, what does that mean for reality as a whole? Is consciousness somehow woven into the fabric of existence? Do we create reality just by experiencing it? Some interpretations of quantum mechanics suggest that consciousness plays a fundamental role in shaping the universe, blurring the line between observer and observed. Eastern philosophy, particularly in Buddhism and Taoism, has long echoed this idea, stating that the way we perceive the world alters the world. Our thoughts, beliefs, and attention do not just passively reflect reality, they shape it. Whether in physics or philosophy, the message is clear. You are not separate from reality. Your very presence changes it. This means that your perception, your focus, and your awareness are not trivial. They are part of the fundamental dance of existence itself. A soul is not given but built. You become who you are through choices, not birth. Are we born with a fixed essence, or do we create ourselves through the choices we make? Jean-Paul Sartre, one of the leading existentialist philosophers, argued that a soul, or rather a person's identity, is not something given at birth. Instead, it is something built, shaped by action, responsibility, and freedom. Sartre's famous phrase, "Existence precedes essence," means that humans are not born with a predefined purpose, nature, or destiny. Unlike objects, such as a chair, which is designed with a purpose before it exists, humans come into the world without a set identity. We are, at first, nothing but raw potential. It is only through the choices we make that we become who we are. This idea is both empowering and terrifying. It means there is no external force, no fate, no divine plan, no innate essence determining your life. You alone are responsible for creating yourself. Every decision you make, every action you take, builds the person you become. A coward is not born a coward. They become one by choosing fear over courage. A hero is not born a hero. They shape themselves through choices that require strength and integrity. This philosophy rejects the idea of predestination or fixed identity. No one is permanently defined by their past. You are not who you were. You are who you choose to be right now. The existential challenge is to take radical responsibility for your own becoming. Sartre's message is clear. You are not given a soul, you must forge one. And in every moment, you are shaping the person you will become. The question is, who are you choosing to be? Knowledge is power. Understanding gives control over destiny. What separates the powerful from the powerless? Francis Bacon, one of the key figures of the Enlightenment, argued that knowledge itself is power. Those who understand the world, its science, politics, and human nature, are the ones who can shape their own destiny rather than being controlled by circumstances. Bacon's insight is simple but profound. The more you know, the more control you have. In ancient times, those who understood the stars could navigate oceans, those who understood medicine could heal, and those who understood strategy could win battles. Today, knowledge remains the most valuable tool. Those who understand technology, finance, and human psychology hold immense influence over the world. Ignorance, on the other hand, leads to vulnerability. A person who does not understand their rights can be easily exploited. A society that does not understand science can be misled. A population that does not understand history can be manipulated into repeating its mistakes. This is why education has long been feared by tyrants, and informed people are harder to control. But knowledge is not just power over others, it is power over oneself. The more we understand our own minds, emotions, and biases, the more we can break free from self-imposed limitations. Knowledge allows us to make better decisions, to predict consequences, to navigate life with greater clarity. Bacon's lesson is timeless. Power does not come from wealth or brute force alone. It comes from knowing what others do not. In a world where information is everywhere, true power belongs to those who seek, question, and understand. The veil of ignorance. Design a just society as if you don't know your future status. How do we create a truly fair society? John Rawls, one of the most influential political philosophers of the 20th century, proposed a radical thought experiment: the veil of ignorance. He argued that the best way to design a just society is to do so without knowing what position you will hold in it. Imagine you are about to be born into a new world, but you do not know whether you will be rich or poor, male or female, privileged or oppressed. You could be a billionaire, or you could be homeless. You could be part of the majority, or you could belong to a persecuted minority. If you had no idea where you would end up, what kind of society would you want to create? Rawls argued that this perspective forces fairness. If you knew you might be poor, you would advocate for economic safety nets. If you knew you might be discriminated against, you would want strong protections for rights and freedoms. If you knew you might be powerless, you would not design a system that favors only the powerful. The veil of ignorance removes self-interest, forcing decisions based on justice rather than personal advantage. This idea challenges how laws and policies are made. Too often, societies are structured to benefit those already in power. But Rawls' framework demands that we think beyond our own circumstances. A just system is one that anyone would agree to, even if they had no control over their social status. The veil of ignorance is more than a political tool. It is a way of thinking about morality, fairness, and empathy. It asks us to step outside ourselves and consider, if I were born into any position in society, would I still consider this system fair? If the answer is no, then the system must change. As we close tonight's journey through 4 hours of timeless philosophical teachings, remember that wisdom isn't just about answers, it's about the questions we dare to ask. From the illusion of free will to the paradox of time, we've explored the depths of human existence, perception, and meaning. Whether it's the realization that we shape our own destiny through choices, or understanding that knowledge is the true power in shaping our lives, these lessons are not meant to be learned in a moment. They are meant to transform how we see the world and ourselves every single day. As you drift into sleep, carry these thoughts with you. Let them stir your mind, awaken your curiosity, and guide you toward a deeper understanding of the life you are creating. I'd love to hear your thoughts. How have these philosophical ideas changed your view of the world? Leave a comment below and share your reflections or questions. Your insights might just inspire others to embark on their own journey of self-discovery. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more thought-provoking content. Join the conversation and keep seeking the wisdom that can transform your life. Sweet dreams, and may your quest for truth continue.